Greetings and welcome back to Stellaris, my United Nations of Earth playthrough. So this will be the last episode I'm going to get recorded before the update. So you will find out the next day whether or not the update completely breaks this game or not. I'm hoping that I'm able to maintain an open, a rollback beta basically to keep playing this game in this version. Right now the current rollback beta is 3.5.2 and this is 3.5.3. So I'm kind of hoping they add the 3.5.3 rollback when they do the update so that I can continue playing this game without disruption in this current version. I'm afraid updating it would probably end up breaking the game or creating too many bugs, so I'd like to finish it in this. This is also going to be the last episode apart from the one or the two on the weekends, because the Thanksgiving holiday is hereby over for me, so I have to get back to work and will have less time to shoot and record episodes. I will have probably time to get a lot more churned out around Christmas, but we shall see. Now, on to the State of the Empire, led by President Waddugs. The United Nations of Earth has come a long way. We are now on the cusp of being the technological leaders of the galaxy. Apart from the fallen empires, which are just kind of stagnant and aren't really sharing their techs. But as for the other younger empires, we are on the cusp of being the technologically most advanced one of them. We are also on the cusp of eliminating the last marauder menace in our immediate vicinity. There are still marauders, the Moloch Corsairs, way up here, but it looks like they are slowly being pushed back by one of either the League of Brian States or the citizen state of Hazuk. So hopefully they will bring an end to them. Our Federation, the Galactic Technologist Alliance, we had just been re-elected as the president yet again, and we are about 30 years, I think, from hitting level 4. When we hit level 4, we will get access to an additional envoy, and yet more research speed from the shared research agreements. The during an in-game crisis research speed boost really isn't going to matter, I don't believe. End game is a good 270 years to go till we get to end game, and pretty much by then I will have most of the techs, if not all of them, and a good chunk of all the repeatables. So I don't think that's really going to be a big deal. I will within the next 70 years, I am definitely going to start overshadowing all the other empires technologically and economically. As for the other empires, I did send out a proposal to offer the Commonwealth of Man association status. I have also decided to go ahead and do a migration treaty with the Awoken, because I realized the robots won't actually migrate. I would have to construct the robots. So, because they go with population assembly speed. You don't have robotic pops coming in through the first section, which is the growing. So offering them a migration treaty helps them, and it doesn't really do anything for me. But that would allow them basically to grow a little better and start establishing their empire and maybe get away from the edge of the Zakplot vestige. Also, my reluctance to have their robots come into my empire kind of goes against my xenophile egalitarian nature, because it's based around the game mechanics that it is such a pain in the butt to deal with multiple categories of robots, as you've already seen with the fact that I have the Blizzard robots. They have independent upgrades. They're considered an entirely separate species than my robots, so I have to upgrade them independently. On that note, we are also able to do some modification to species. For the most part, when I play the United Nations of Earth, I'm not worried about really being controlling over the way the species develops. Just every now and then I'd like to streamline parts of the list. Like you see here, I have several categories of different species. Right here under the half is ours, I have a buttload of different Vingralian-based species. At some point, I'm going to clean it up and try and merge them all into one, just to cut down on the spam. Another thing I use species modification for is to get rid of inconsistencies that the AI creates. If I can find one I had spotted earlier, there was a servile species. Yeah, the Yisravan are serviles. Yet they have talented, which gives them a bonus to the leader level cap. Serviles says cannot generate leaders. So these little inconsistencies are a little bit annoying when they start adding things like leader XP gain. You know, it's like, no, they don't need that. So what I would like to do is go back and clean that out. And also some traits that are unpleasant, like unruly or decadent, I will tend to try and breed out of my civilizations. And also I will overwrite ones that they have done like this. Noxious is not a good trait for my species because they really enjoy the pain they cause everybody else. These guys have a lot of Schadenfreude. They like everybody else's misery. So I will probably take like the base one here that does not have the quick learners, give it some other trait, and then change both of these types to match. I am currently in the process of doing one modification, the Belmicosa variatus. Let's have a look at them. The Belmicosa variatus. This is the version I made because it is very difficult to resist having someone who is intelligent also have a bonus like natural engineers. So that is 25% research from like engineering. And Alpine Preference makes them perfect for my engineering research world. Previously, there are various versions that have like leader XP gain or nomadic, and I decided just to consolidate them all into my new design, which makes them natural engineers, which I think kind of fits, considering they are cybernetic and intelligent and natural intellectuals. So they're getting a huge bonus to research. They're getting 10% to everything, another 10% to everything, and I added a further 15 to engineering, so that's 35% engineering, 20% to everything else. So these guys make really amazing engineers. And I decided just to have them basically be all of these versions. I can't, excuse me, I can't change the core version to match these because I cannot add cybernetic. But I can go back with the points I have here and go ahead and give them intelligent and natural engineers in case they end up crossbreeding, so it will use that core version. But this is something like every 3 months I might decide to do one of these, because consolidating all 7 of these is still going to be done tomorrow. Yeah, because it says 1 month, and the months for science and projects end on the 2nd. So yeah, since even though I just fired it up right now, it'll be completed on January 2nd. As for the rest of our allies here, we have the Hazar Commonwealth, currently being led by Director General Oligater. They are a science directorate, but are bulwark for defense. They're quite loyal to us, though they're not happy that I keep refusing their desire for expansion into the Verzak. But they are still remaining loyal to us, and they are progressing nicely as a bulwark for us. We had kind of rough beginnings at the start, and we have grown quite well. They were the last ones that joined our federation. And I think they have been absolutely great. I remember in our first contact, the humans thought that they looked cute. Then we have the Fire Tribes of Kel. This was our first true ally. We had friendly relations from the start, and they have come an amazing way, considering that the Kel'Zen originally invaded and then suffered rebellions and stamped out a rebellious nation created by the Churk. They now have a Churk as a president. And they are a direct democracy, erudite explorers, and they are our allies in the Galactic Technologist Alliance. As a matter of fact, they are the founding member with me. And our third ally, the Pirac, who is our Scholarium. And both the Pirac and the Hazar approached me to be their overlord. They felt like they needed guidance. It wasn't me seeking to subjugate them, it was them wanting my help. This is by far our staunchest and most loyal ally. They've been with us ever since they started out as a hegemonic imperialist, and through our dealings we have managed to shed some light on that. They are still imperial authority, but I mean, they are erudite explorers, and they have been, apparently their illuminated autocracy is keeping their people happy, so I can't complain about the form of government as long as it isn't oppressive. Although I much prefer egalitarianism, I'm actually happy with the way that they have turned out. As a matter of fact, they just recently came in and saved one of my outposts from pirates. But yeah, we have almost nothing but positive modifiers with them. Relative power of subjects, I actually like it when we start getting these modifiers, because that tells me that they are catching up to me in power level, or staying close to me. If there's a huge positive modifier, it is because they are significantly weaker than me. But the fact that we are getting negative modifiers for relative power level means that they are keeping pace with me, and I like that. Although not that much pace, because you see they're considered pathetic in fleet power and inferior. But still, they aren't that far behind despite the way these ratings look. So that is the Pirac, and they've actually become the post-Pirac. They've embraced cybernetics. Primus Poto I is their leader. And I forgot to look at the leader of the Fire Tribes. Chancellor Intark Restal. Now, as for the others we've had dealings with, the Alvathari, all of them, none of them can we get into our allegiance just quite yet. One thing I do want to do is, while the asset we picked up due to that event was a coordination system. This system acts as a layer between a planet's primary nodes and the coordinator drones for that area. So we've actually compromised one of their coordination systems. And I could use it to gather information. What that does is that will boost both my current intel level and my maximum infiltration level at the cost of a little bit of my infiltration level right now. But my max infiltration level would go up by another 10. Just having assets boost your max infiltration level by 5 for each asset. So I could just passively let this go up as I acquire more assets. So usually the acquisition of assets, getting enough to get you up to 100% infiltration level, really gives you just the passive bonus over spending stuff on gather information. Even though gather information is easier, cheaper, and faster, I would rather just acquire the assets to boost it up. But I don't believe I do not have the influence to do an acquire asset right now. I could do a gather information, but I would rather wait. And you can steal technology from empires that are technologically inferior to you. you still get a small boost to research. But since I am mainly doing nothing but repeatables after I get a few more techs apart from engineering, which still has quite a bit of non-repeatables to go through, I'm not really that worried about stealing technology at this point in the game. Now on to our colonies. Earth, our home world. It is mainly an administrative center with generator districts and industrial districts. It has fully developed all of its buildings pretty much for now. I could try and squeeze a galactic stock exchange on here, but I would have to give up something to do it. Most likely, if I had to give up something, it would be like the Ministry of Production, which might be bad considering I have more industrial, or the Energy Nexus. I actually have about 3K. This is not updated because I just loaded the game. But I could spare the Energy Nexus or the robot assembly plant. I mean, I am pretty much at the point now where I'm just replacing people with synthetics at this point. Because they are more efficient at the job. But once I get the last few culture workers filled out with synthetics, there's really not much more room because I cannot oust the artisans. I might be able to oust the bureaucrats, but I cannot oust the artisans with synthetic workers, nor the metallurgist. So producing more synthetic people, basically I could replace the culture workers, possibly the bureaucrats, and if I wanted to go so far as to do it, I could probably replace the politicians. But it's kind of at this point that this would be a planet that I would just simply stop producing robots on. I mean, it's pretty much at its full population, no real reason for it to keep churning out more. I could replace this with the Galactic Stock Exchange, and then that is probably what I will end up doing as soon as I have just a few more culture workers maybe, or as soon as this one is completed in about a year and a half. When I complete this last model that we're working on here, we will look at replacing the robotic assembly plant. Now, one other thing to look into it is the Galactic Stock Exchange does require rare crystal. So I would have to take into account my rare crystal as to when I actually end up deciding to do that. The orbital ring around Earth has room for development. I'm adding another habitation module. I will eventually replace these orbital shipyards now that I have gateways leading to my other areas that will have shipyards. I really don't need the crew quarters anymore, but again, most of these require rare or strategic resources. But one consideration, and something I probably should have done back when I was having mineral issues, was you don't need to I don't need to keep the generator districts so much. I have quite a surplus of energy credits. This world produces about 400 in energy, and I had a surplus of about 3K. I could have spared losing that to shift the generator districts over to mining back when I needed the minerals. And at some point when I don't need the minerals, I could make this solely an industrial world. And that way my orbital ring, the two buildings it would support, would be the ones for both consumer goods and alloys, since I cannot specialize this world as either a factory or a foundry world. Your home world has to remain a Empire Capital designation. So I could give up the generators eventually for further industry as I needed it. Right now, there's not really much need. Pushing up industry would cut down on my minerals even more, and as you see, I have a decent outflow of both consumer goods and alloys at the moment. But that is something to think about for the future for Earth, is what I actually want to end up doing with it in the long run. I do not have the option to make it a Euconopolis. You have to take a particular ascension perk to have access to those. Storm is a mining world and will probably remain a mining world for quite a while until I have enough surplus minerals off-world, which is going to take a huge investment in influence to get all of the habitats I need to support things like that. And that is an unfortunate thing. A complaint of mine about habitats, since there are so many things that you need influence for. When habitats were first introduced into the game, there wasn't much use for influence beyond claiming systems. There was no galactic community. There were no vassal contracts that you had to negotiate and stuff like that. There were not a lot of uses for influence apart from making claims. So they added in habitats as an outlet for people who had outrageous amounts of influence in the mid to late games. Well, since the introduction of habitats, there have been a lot of things that have been changed to be influence. When espionage was first introduced, it used energy credits to fuel the contracts. They have changed it to influence. I wholeheartedly agree with that. It does take exerting your influence to conduct espionage operations. The galactic community requires influence to call in favors and to propose changes. Negotiating contracts with vassals requires influence. Claiming systems requires influence. Building star outpost requires influence. There are planetary decisions that require influence, such as the mastery of nature. So there are a lot of sources for influence, and it is very difficult to get more than a handful. This is a fairly high income of influence per month. Usually you're lucky if you can get 5 without declaring a lot of rivalries. The most rivalries you can have are 3, and that gives you 0.5 per rival. And the default base level is 3. So if you have your base level plus 3 rivals, you're at 4.5. Get your full power projection, you're at about 6.5. And you can get as high as 7.5 depending upon your civics. So influence is very difficult to come by. And I believe it is past time that they made habitats no longer require influence. I can understand the gateways and the hyper relays requiring influence, because that has to do with spreading your influence across the galaxy. But the habitats are just another form of colony. And the habitats and the orbital rings, I do not believe should require influence. You don't require influence to upgrade star bases once you build an outpost. The only reason you need the influence for the outpost is because you are claiming territory when you initially build it. After you have claimed the territory, most building of things such as mining stations and colonies and the like, and upgrades to your stations and defense platforms don't require influence. Why should habitats and orbital rings? I do not believe they need more sources of things that drain influence. You want it to drain another thing? Drain Unity. Unity has gotten to the point, hell, I've already finished all my traditions. The only thing I have to spend Unity on now is Ascension tiers on my planets. And upgrading these Ascension tiers, there's an overall cap. After I have spent all of the Unity I can upgrading every planet to max, what other source do I have for Unity? Other than mega constructions, which are one-time constructions. I mean, after I finish all of the mega constructions, there's no other real outlet for my Unity at this point. But back to Storm. So Storm right now is a mining district. As I get more mining districts, most of my planets will probably switch unless they have bonuses to a specific resource or strategic resource deposits. Most of them will probably become pure industry if they're not needed for like agriculture or energy, if that's not the most abundant area they can get. Storm is a pretty balanced planet. I could pretty much switch it to whatever I needed it to be, but I will probably end up making it pure industrial later on. Right now, it is a military outpost, and its orbital ring is currently boosting refiners. It is currently in the process of upgrading so it can add yet even more habitation districts, and that would give it 11 total industrial districts. When I can eventually shift these 7 mining districts over, that would mean it would have a total of 18 industrial districts, which I could either keep as mixed industrial, if that's the only thing it's doing, or specialize as either factory or forge. It is still churning out these synthetic performers as well. It's got its full allotment of miners, and on any of these planets where I still have, say I'm going to have the potential to build more industrial districts or upgrade buildings that can have specialist jobs. After I've got my robots pretty much down here and I do not want them dragged up, favor those jobs, and it should pull from other areas before it pulls out your miners. So these robots should not end up here where I have to kind of worry about the fact that I've got a miner up here that is completely being inefficient at his job. Another thing is, if I really didn't want to worry about micromanaging the populations, I could get rid of all my subsets, the miners and stuff like that, and just create a fairly cheap and generic synthetic person, kind of like this. They get some bonuses to Unity and amenities and stuff like that, but and I could give them, they actually need the enhanced processors to give another 5%, and then they'd pretty much be generic, kind of like my synthetic workers. My synthetic workers can do anything. They're not the best at anything, but they're not the worst either. And I may just switch all of my robots to be one type so I don't have to worry about what jobs they're working. But right now, I am still trying to run a slightly more efficient empire, and I really wish their algorithm for deciding who went into what job picked the person who was going to have the best overall output at that job. I think the reason this person is not being ousted by this is they put too much weight on charismatic, and they are not taking into account that entertainers also produce Unity, so the fact that this gets a Unity bonus should also be taken into account. Another thing about it, I do not think it takes into account the hidden 10% bonus to all output that synthetics get. So any job, even if the synthetic has no bonuses, if we were to look at, say, miner jobs, if these guys did not have efficient processors and power drills, they're still getting a plus 10% resource output, which makes them better than almost every other pop at doing mining jobs. So that is Storm. Euxina is a tomb world. It did not originally start as a tomb world. I believe it was a jungle, if I recall correctly. It's been a long time. There was an abandoned terraforming project on this planet that we went ahead and activated to disastrous results. This is a generator world with industry as well. It has a Betharian power plant on here, so this would probably remain having the generator districts for a long time. I probably would switch it later on to be either dedicated to factory or forge, rather than remaining urban when I no longer really needed to worry about the upkeep. But it also has some military installations on the planet. It is producing still these synthetic people. It has its full allotment of technicians. And I can't really oust these people too well with synthetic workers, so I just decided to just finish out a little bit of the culture workers and then worry about it there. Now, one thing you can do, after I've got all or enough synthetic performers up here as the culture workers. If I do a project that turns them all into synthetic workers, since they're already up here at the specialist level, when I close out these jobs and reopen them, they're already up here. They're not trying to be promoted from down here at worker level. They do have a better chance to fill out these jobs. So that is one little sneaky way you can get around their crappy algorithm. It does not currently have a orbital ring, and as a matter of fact, I don't have anyone in position to do that. Nueva Cadiz does have an orbital ring and is adding additional habitation modules. It can proceed forward with more industrial districts. In fact, I am building yet another one. Even though I'm kind of low in minerals, I am going to need yet more consumer goods because I do have other jobs that need them that are going to be filled. This world has a bubbling swamp, an odd factory, and an isolated valley. So we have the alien zoo. We do have a gas extraction well, and we also have an odd factory that we are working to produce alloys. And the odd factory job by itself produces 4. My worker is actually churning out 12. So I've got almost 200% in extra additional bonuses to this. Well, no, one building is adding an additional 1. So that means it's actually more like 2.4%. So 140% in bonuses. My gas extractors from the base of 2 are producing almost over 4. Yeah, this world has a little bit more room for growth as industrial zones, and I don't mind if it pulls up the synthetic workers, because they actually make better artisans and metallurgists anyway. I thought about just churning out synthetic workers, but I still want to make sure that these culture workers are being a little bit more efficient. Al-Mada'in is the world where they brought the trophy from defeating the matriarch, the Tiyanki matriarch. Interestingly that it chose this world, since this was about the farthest world in my empire from where we fought it. It is a generator world. It has a bubbling swamp to give it more gas extraction. It is also where I placed the Ministry of Culture that the artisan troupe designed for me. It is a little mix of things. We had to actually have 2 hyper entertainment forums at one point because of happiness issues. Now I think we could actually get rid of one. That is 4 entertainer jobs, which would be, I think, 40 amenities. That would cut me down to 44. I could probably keep it there, but we have a lot of clerk jobs here now. That is the main reason that we no longer need the additional hyper entertainment forums. But they produce Unity, so I might as well keep them because the Ministry of Culture gives bonuses to Unity from jobs overall. So more Unity is great. This is a bit of a party world anyway, because we did have a parade here with the bringing of the matriarch's flagella. We do have a little bit of commerce, a little commerce sector on here. And we have not started on a orbital ring on this world. That would allow me to expand more districts if I really wanted to add more industry. In the interim, I could add these 4 mining districts. I did just shift. I did have these 4 mining districts, I believe. I did just shift them all to industry. That is one of the things I had been doing, was consolidating a lot of my planets down to a single resource, so that when I put orbital rings, I didn't have too much issue with that. Not all of them got consolidated, though. So Blizzard, which is one of my next goals to have an orbital ring because it is my biggest mining world. Also has a little bit of research boost to society research from the metal boneyards. It also has dust caverns and crystalline caverns, so it is going to remain a mining world designation pretty much from here on out. It does have a lot of research also on this world. And I just noticed I do not have a research institute here. So that is something to consider building here. I would have to probably replace the robot assembly plants for that, but it's getting pretty close to its cap on population completely anyway. After a certain point, even if I add 4 additional districts, there's only so much growth this world can get. Right now I do want to finish filling out all of the mining slots with miners. After I do that, I'm probably not going to worry too much about the entertainers and the like at this point, because, well, it does need to pretty much maximize its amenities. It could actually use more amenities, honestly. Maybe I would actually just downgrade a research complex to create a research institute. I'm not sure. It is very heavy on the buildings. Yeah, I might end up, I don't really need, this is 18 researchers here on this world. Yeah, that's a lot. It's producing about 200 research. If I did drop 6 of them, that'd be about 70 research in every field that would go away. To trade that out for more entertainment. Yeah, I am going to have to look into how to fix the amenity issues here. Because we've got pretty much maxed out clerks and maxed out entertainers. At best, I'm going to have to squeeze out what little extra amenities I can by replacing almost everything with my synthetic people. Even the clerks, to get the extra, 0.4 out of each of these clerk spots. That would add up to another 3. But despite that, we still have 99% approval rating on the planet. Now, when I do get an orbital ring here, the first thing is going to be to boost the mining output before I worry about really beefing up the industrial output. We also don't have a galactic stock exchange here. Avalon is a society research world. It is very heavy in the research as well. Has 3 fully upgraded research complexes and the Research Institute. It does possess both dust caverns and a portal research area, so it has even more research on this world through the 4 dimensional portal researchers, who also are the producers of my dark matter by extracting it from the world. We are keeping this as a divided resource world. It will not be the most efficient in the long run, because as an orbital ring I could boost at most 1 or 2 areas of it. But even if I were to add 4 additional districts and convert both of these to industry, that's not going to be a huge drop in the hat compared to some of the industry of my other worlds can crank out, especially my ring world. So I really don't mind not having to invest to add more districts to this world when I can use those modules for something else. So the orbital ring around this could, say, be an anchorage. Ultinia is an agricultural world. And I have already shifted over the few mining and generator districts I was using to max out its agriculture. It's pretty much at the extent of its development. This is another one I wouldn't really consider too much adding more districts to. There's not really much reason to. Wild Storms boost the physics research on this world. It has only 2 fully upgraded research complexes on it. I am in the process of turning this energy nexus and the mineral purification hubs that I had built on here when I was using all the districts into hydroponics farms temporarily. Once I get them shifted over, I will probably turn one into a research. Actually, let's go ahead and say this one can be replaced with a research lab. So we can have 3 fully upgraded research labs on this. But eventually, since both of these provided 2 jobs, that's the reason I was trying to switch them over to something else that provided 2 jobs, the hydroponics farms. And it's also going to reduce strategic resources that I'm spending on upgraded buildings. Switching both of these 2 out, that one being a hydroponics farm right now will work for the interim since I've already started investing in it, but eventually I could probably turn it into something like a galactic stock exchange or something else. And of course we are producing farmers here. We do have some miners, 1 miner I had churned out, and probably a few others, synthetic workers and the like up here. I can swap them at a later time into something else. But we are going to fill out the agriculture here just to make sure our food output isn't something we never have to worry about on other worlds. New Jamestown is one that is going to stay as the 3 resources with no further addition of districts. At best, I might give up the agricultural districts, but that would just mean like 3 industrial districts. Do a mastery of nature and 4 more would make that 9 industrial districts. That might be worth doing, but then I would need the buildings to support industry. So this is probably one I will just leave as what it's doing. It's kind of a nice setup anyway. It hasn't fully upgraded its research labs anyway. So it does still have room for growth, and I don't mind having the 3 different resources, even if it does mean I'm spending strategic resources eventually on a food processing facility that's only boosting like 6 to 8 farmers. It is producing technicians because that is its primary energy source. Primary district source. Now, another thing you could possibly do is just dump all of these additional districts into city districts. It provides clerks and housing. So you would have an outrageous amount of housing to really pop the population level. Now, if this had a feature, this has a space-time anomaly. Yes, space-time anomaly adds a space-time anomaly researcher per 25 populations. That might be worth considering in the long term, dumping all of these into city districts just to really boost the housing level so that this will attract a lot of population. However, it's going to be hard to support all that population with jobs. I'm pretty much at the extent of the jobs I can provide. Unless I started converting a lot of these research facilities or other buildings into commerce megaplexes, because that is the only building that produces the highest jobs for a building. The commercial zones provide 3 jobs. Most buildings provide 2. The upgraded version would provide, I believe, 7 jobs. I have a planet that has one. Let's hop back real quick and have a look at it. It was Al-Mada'in. Yeah, 7 jobs. So most of these others fully upgraded, like the research facilities and the administration, only provide 6. So that would be a way to squeeze out more jobs here on New Jamestown to employ more and more people. But still, I'm nowhere going to get near the cap of the amount of housing I will end up providing through just spamming a bunch of city districts. But this is a type of planet because it has a feature that gives additional jobs based on population that is actually worth really spamming city districts beyond the 4 you need with the choices I made to max out your building slots. So that is something to consider down the road. Nozomi, we are currently in the process of shifting both the agriculture and generator districts off of this planet and making it purely industrial in nature. It had poor quality minerals, it had poor quality resources in general. I mean, only 4 districts of a type. Even though on some of these I am currently making use of 3 or 2. Honestly, if you've got less than 5 of a district, it's honestly a waste of the strategic resources to do the buildings that boost it. So that is something I had been wasting a lot of well, in this case, I haven't upgraded the food processing facility. It is just here, giving a default bonus with no strategic resource cost. But there were worlds I had, like this one, where I was paying a exotic gas to boost the energy output of just 2 generator districts. Between the 2 generator districts and this upgraded building, that was a total of 6 technicians. So that really was not efficient of me, and is one of the things that I'm kind of going back and making sure that I am fixing and focusing on single resources for the most part. So Nozomi, we were in the process of shifting these off. Now, I still have been hanging on to some of my minerals in certain worlds because I had been running issues in minerals. But yeah, we're shifting to full industry. This is going to be an industrial powerhouse of a world. And I can save minerals at this point by switching from urban to industrial world. That would save 10% of the artisan outkeep. Right now, my artisans, where are they? My artisans are consuming 154, and my metallurgists are consuming 132. So I could probably knock another 30 minerals off of the upkeep of these jobs by switching over to industrial world, especially once I start upgrading these. But I don't know, 10% may not end up being that flat of amount. Let's have a look at a metallurgist. Our upkeep is increased by 30% from buildings. So we would just be knocking 10% off of that and making it where it's still up 20%. So we would only be dropping it by 0.6 per metallurgist. And that's probably the same amount that the artisans are spending. Yep, 0.7 for the artisans compared to the metallurgist, I believe. Well, they might have also been, no, they're only 0.6. So 0.7 per artisan, 0.6 per metallurgist, and that's a grand total of 34 of the each, or 17 of each of them, and it'll end up being 1.3 for each of them. So yeah, that wouldn't even be 15. That would be right around 15 that I would be saving mineral wise. So that's not as big of a drop as I was hoping. Yeah, a lot of the upkeep reductions for jobs is not as impressive to me as the district and building upkeep. That is just such a huge benefit, especially when it came to strategic resources. However, we might at one point consider switching this to a factory or a forge world. In that case, the reduction becomes a little bit better, and also being able to specialize it into one type means I can cut down on the buildings I have to support industry. Yeah, I do have the full trifecta here, but not completely upgraded to get the full benefits. And that would also help with the orbital rings. But since this is going to be pure industry, I can keep it as a pure industrial world and have the 2 orbital ring building slots be one for commercial goods and one for alloys. And we are just producing the synthetic workers here because we are pretty much getting rid of all of our resource districts. We're going to end up switching every other robot on this planet, pretty much except for the synthetic performers, to be workers, because all of the workers will be up here in the artisan and metallurgist area, and we are currently adding yet more jobs. Shangri-La, my Gaia world, that was originally called the Veil, and kept shifting in and out between being a Gaia world and a shrouded world. I did start to shift some of the mining districts over to get my maximum agriculture districts, and I am holding off on shifting the rest over until my minerals output increases more and I no longer need them. But I was going to shift these 4 mining districts over to industry. This world has an alien zoo. I have temporarily put some synthetic crystal plants and exotic gas refineries here. And we do have a commerce megaplex already. This one still has a little bit of expansion I can do. There are buildings I have held off on upgrading because I wanted more of a surplus of strategic materials that they required. The others I needed them for other purposes. And we are producing the farmers here because this is going to be an agricultural world. Xianyang is a tomb world. I think this was a tomb world when I found it, honestly. The one that was originally a pre-FTL civilization was over here somewhere. They ended up blowing themselves up. We had been shifting the mining districts from here over to industry as well. I stopped on that because my minerals were dropping as I was having less output from miners and more need for industry. I think I've reached the sweet spot right now. I might have overshot a little bit, but I had been going through here calculating, okay, these miners are only producing 40 minerals. Dropping at 40 minerals, not a big deal. And when you look over here, adding these jobs, oh, that only adds 16 in upkeep. That's not a big deal. So shifting this over to this. So yeah, I think we can support replacing, moving this final one out to industry, and then eventually replacing this mineral purification plant with something else, like we could replace this with an alloy foundry, and just queue those up. But yeah, we'll worry about that later. It's going to take 8 months before I get this industrial district shifted over. And that's only 40 minerals that we will be losing from this planet. This is another society research world. I am maintaining the mining districts here for now. My overall mineral output here is about 200. It's one of my bigger mineral output resources because I do have a fully upgraded purification hub on here. And it has a little bit of military on this world. We are still producing miners, even though I'm eventually going to replace these mining districts with, say, generator districts. I still am going to run the mining districts I have as efficiently as possible, just to eke out every last bit of mineral I can get. Nueva Sonora is turning into a bit of an admin world. I'm holding on to these mining districts that will eventually be shifted over to agriculture. And then either through mastery of nature or a couple of district slots, I could max out its agriculture. Even though farming is the thing I need the least, I can still sell these surplus food for energy credits that I can spend on something like, say, alloys directly. So having a lot of bread baskets actually does end up being more efficient because you have more workers being boosted by a single building and eventually an orbital building than here. See, here I've only got 5 districts for miners. Well, these 5 districts, having a building and an orbital ring to try and make them eke out every little last bit, is less efficient than just producing a huge surplus of food. Plus food, as you see, agriculture districts produce more food than mining districts produce minerals. Just being able to liquidate these into energy credits. But we are still producing, as I said, the mineral miners to do the mining we are doing here more efficiently. Later on, I can shift all of those miners over to be harvest robots when I start shifting off of mining for this world. Now, this is one thing you should probably approach in your games, is even though you think in the long run of a world like this where going all agriculture on this world, it will be far more efficient in the long run, because you will have more jobs being boosted by a single building. And when you have an orbital ring, only one building slot producing, doing yet more. So there are 10 districts right here. That's 20 farmers in these districts alone. So you're getting more out of the buildings that boost that one area. However, in the interim, even though it is less efficient having things like the mineral purification hubs for only 5 mining districts, you should design planets over what you need at the moment, and then in the long run you can eventually shift them over to what they are most efficient at. Because a surplus of food is not a tremendously bad thing. You can sell it, even though it doesn't sell for a hell of a lot. 10,000 food is 1,500. That 1,500 still allows me to buy some other things. Yeah, that would only get me about 2,000 minerals, and it might not get me much in the way of alloys. I could probably get 75 alloys out of it. I could get about 1,500 consumer goods out of it, but that 1,500 would still get me about 100 of most of these resources, the strategic resources, 50 of the 3 rarer types. Yeah, but 100 of the basic strategic resources for about the same price. So selling 10,000 surplus food gets you 100 volatile motes. That's not a bad exchange, because you don't have to drive have your economy truly balanced like I do. You can drive your economy with an overabundance of one area. And speaking of which, I'm getting kind of close to my cap here. I produce 500 a month, so I've got about 30 months, about 3 years before I actually hit cap, I think. Now, where were we? Akatsuki. We are building a city district here. It's final city district. I think I'm actually shifting this over from a mining district, honestly, for now, because I do want the additional building slot, and I can spare losing, I think, 1 mining district to do this. It has some military on here. That was what I was going to do, the secondary aspect of this, but this is primarily going to be a mining world for now. When I no longer need planet-side minerals, I might shift this entirely to industry, but this is actually a fairly decent mining world. Once you get about 8 or more districts, that's where you kind of look at that world being kind of specialized. 10 or more is better, but at least 8 is usually worth hanging on to as a resource world. But yeah, it still has, once it gets a city district, it will have its additional final building slot. It's mainly military with support for industry, even though I have a very small amount of industry. This is rather inefficient use of strategic resources, but it did do a little bit of boost when I needed it, which is one thing I might consider shifting this away from mining to industry, because there's otherwise not really much on this planet boost-wise. I got very unlucky with planets that had resource bonuses. I didn't really get a lot that had a high-quality minerals or abundance to give food boost, and I had like one that had, I think the Wild Storms gives like 5% to energy. I got very unlucky on planetary features that boosted resource output. I got a few that boosted science output. We are producing miners, of course, to fill out our mining slots. Winjo, I was shifting the mining over to industry, but again, as I saw that I was dropping fairly fast, I paused in what I was doing. I did clear out all of the farming districts that I had started building, but this is going to be a generator world with industry. It does still have room for expansion, both district and otherwise, but I've been holding off on it until I needed the expansion. So this one I will be adding more industrial districts as I fill up jobs that burn consumer goods. We are producing the technicians here to kind of get our energy running the most efficient for this resource. Now we come to the two habitats I have. New Coventry has pretty much reached the extent of its population. I did shift a population around. This guy became unemployed because I found a more efficient person to work in entertainer jobs. I was shuffling around trying to find people who were a little bit better. This guy was charismatic, and of course I wanted the very strong people working the enforcer jobs, and this guy ended up unemployed from all the shuffling. He will be probably demoting back down to a clerk, because we got a clerk that actually was going to end up being better up here. I think it might have been the Igarian. No, it actually was the Skanuri that promoted up here to become the enforcer. So yeah, New Coventry is pretty much at the extent of its growth. At most, I will be able to add 2 more districts to it when I get the advanced habitats decision. There's not really much more I can do other than really boost the trade value of this world by adding more clerks, but then I will be running dangerously low in housing. Well, I'm up dangerously low in housing already. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot. I could shift over and do a little bit of inefficient industry, but you know, having the trade value is actually the best thing to do because it also ends up boosting amenities. Same for St. Pomeroy. It's got a little bit more room for growth in the clerks. That's about it. San Lucas, our research ring world segment, the first of the Cybrex Alpha ring worlds we restored. It is currently adding a military academy. It kind of made sense to me for there to actually I'm converting these civilian industries into a military academy because I'm getting enough industry elsewhere I can spare the little bit this was providing. It makes sense to me that a research ring world would also be where they would train the best and the brightest of the military. So we're going to throw a couple military on here. We already have added some luxury residences to be able to support the jobs that are going to be for the buildings down here. These segments provide sufficient housing for them, but we're pretty much going to fill up all of these segments. Right now we do have all of our researchers working, so we don't really need the huge surplus of consumer goods. There aren't a lot of consumer good jobs still needing to be filled at this point. And I would much rather have a little bit more naval capacity since I am closing down some of my old anchorages. But yes, we are still producing researching robots on this one. I actually could switch over to start making the culture workers and the entertainers more efficient here. But having the most efficient researchers would probably be even better. Though a lot of these do have some decent bonuses. Let's see if I can find one of mine. These guys provide 12.9 and 12.5. Let's see if I can find one of my robots in this tangle. There's got to be some in here somewhere. I know I've built at least one. These are so hard to spot. There we go. Yeah, they provide about a point more in every category. So yes, we are still going to be churning out these synthetic researchers and just oust these guys just to push our research a little higher. That will mean our repeatables will come even faster. But it's primarily the, what is the word? The engineering research I really want boosted. And they are actually currently the best at engineering. Unless I get some of those Bellicosa over here, they would be outrageous at engineering. Al-Nukaira is the other research. It is actually building yet another research segment. And I had built some temporary research facilities down here when I did not have the exotic gases to add another segment. I ended up replacing 2 of them with luxury residences. The other one is still right here. And we are shifting these civilian industries to a military academy. But yeah, we will have another research segment churned out here. So there will be more call for consumer goods as these researchers fill up over here. Mars is going to be an agricultural world. We are currently changing out the mineral purification plants I had built here into a galactic stock exchange, and then we are changing out the energy grid I had built here into commercial zones. But Mars has sufficient more room for growth, and we are churning out the harvesters here, so we will have a huge surplus of food when all of these places are running truly efficient. Baffin, my resort world, has another set of administrative offices coming along. It is growing quite nicely, and of course we are churning out these synthetic performers that are pretty much filling every damn job here. And we have the Sky Dome that was built here as kind of a tourist attraction. We've not really bothered removing any of the original features on here. There's no need. We don't need the districts. All that does is slightly affect your population, your planet capacity, but I mean there's only so many people I'll be able to fit on this world anyway. St. Yegorov. This is where we built the Class 4 Singularity that we got out of a reliquary. It is an industrial world, so it does have a little bit of reduction on the mineral consumption here. This is the one that I really should be pushing, but it takes volatile motes to push out more industrial segments. So I ended up filling out most of the buildings, even temporarily. We did add 2 luxury residences so that we have more housing than we have available jobs, and room for expansion when we upgrade certain jobs. We will have a commercial zone. I'm eventually going to replace that exotic gas refinery with, I believe, the Galactic Stock Exchange. And we still have another level of promotion, we can improve the capital when we hit to level 50 in population. But a lot of my progress is being stymied by lack of strategic resources. So in the interim, I can switch certain buildings over as I need to produce that until I get more refineries. Speaking of which, I really should start banking my influence to at least get 3 more refineries online before I worry about much else. But I have a hard time not spending my influence as fast as I get it. And I really wish habitats did not require influence. When you think about it, 150 influence for what they provide really isn't that impressive. So we are churning out the synthetic workers over here. They make the best metallurgists and artisans. As you see, they produce almost a full point more than any of these other artisans do. As far as in metallurgists, I think it's half a point, close to half a point more than any of them. Spring, our final segment of the Cybrex Alpha ring world. This one is primarily going to be a commercial segment, but if I need it, I can add agricultural segments. I just filled out the building slots for now because apart from housing city segments, every one of these segments requires strategic resources. I've got a handful of clerk and merchant jobs already with the commercial segments. I had these available things down here, might as well fill them up. I just threw some hydroponic farms on here to give people jobs. Even though I didn't really need the food so much, these are fairly cheap to make. We do have a galactic stock exchange and a couple of resource silos. And of course here we are churning out these synthetic performers because they make the best culture workers, entertainers, and clerks, and even politicians. Yeah, they produce about 1.5 points more than the humans, and about 1 point more than the Belmacosa. As far as up here, that is 12 trade value and 3.6 amenities. Yeah, they produce more amenities from this job, but not more trade value than any of the others. So it really doesn't matter too much squeezing out a few extra amenities. With all the clerks we're going to have, we'll have plenty. So I would actually rather that person be a politician. Let's see if I close these out. Can I get all of my robots as the politician? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I would rather my robots be the politicians. And actually, I didn't realize it just pulled up robots from everywhere. Oh my, so we now have 4 unemployed leaders. But, you know, pretty much our entire upper workforce here has become robots. Yeah, we have no entertainers. That didn't work out as much as I would hoped. I didn't want to replace all of these current people. They weren't doing that bad of a job. It's interesting that it will easily do that, but for the little bit bonus to these, I can't get them to yank out a synthetic worker. So something about these having the domestic protocols is really overriding, or the domestic protocols or the propaganda machines is really replacing the organics. So unfortunately we've got some people, well, he's got a natural intellectual anyway. I would actually, these guys rather be on the research worlds, honestly. So yeah, I could actually end up replacing everybody up here with robots, but yeah, I don't really need to replace the merchants. Not until I get a merchant, a robot model that would actually improve trade value, which I don't believe I have access to one, unless I go the synthetic evolution path. But yeah, that was a little experiment that went kind of haywire on me. Hopefully those guys won't take too long to demote or move off-world. And our newest colony, Tyrrhania. This one is going to end up being an agricultural world. It also does have access to dust caverns. We are currently building a city district to give us an additional slot to add those dust caverns, which would allow me to add an additional industrial segment here in St. Yegorov. We are producing the synthetic performers here to fill up the 2 entertainer slots. And then we will probably shift over to creating the farmers, because those are the districts we will be building first, is agriculture here, because they're cheap districts and pretty much provide something I can easily sell without costing me minerals to produce something else. Though we might throw in some mining districts temporarily if we really need them. And I wouldn't necessarily churn out miners here at that point. I would just let the organics work that. And that is pretty much the state of our empire at this point. This one has been a little bit more long-winded, I realize. I did forget to cover, in my 10-year State of the Union, my star bases. So Limsa Station is going to be upgraded to a citadel. It's one of our border stations. Telesis Station also is a border station that is upgrading to Citadel because it guards this wormhole. Succubus's Ball is being upgraded to Citadel. It is a border station that protects us from the L gates when they are opened, because they work just like the regular gateways when they're opened. Anybody who has an L gate can come through here, as well as connect to the L gate, the L cluster. Sol Station is my main trade hub. It is being upgraded to a Citadel. Trimus A is also being upgraded to a Citadel. It will remain a trade hub. It is my primary trade hub over in this section of my galaxy, collecting all of the trade way down here. Veracis Black Hole is one of my newer systems. It is technically a border protection. It's going to have some trade hubs to collect all the way to Lawam. Actually, Lawam is currently being collected from Kazoo, I believe. Yeah, we have a hyperlane registrar there, which I can get rid of. I'm going to eventually downgrade Kazoo. But this one, it will have to have a couple of trade hubs. Other than that, I will be putting defenses on it. Because it is technically a border system, even if it borders with an ally. Panel Station is upgrading to a Citadel. It is going to remain an anchorage, I believe. I don't consider Chor's Compass to be a border system for it, because Chor's Compass is basically a neutral. They never do offensive wars, though they can be destroyed. Which does remind me, while we're at it, let me see. I do have the influence. Can I build a hyper relay? Cannot build outside Empire or subject borders. So no, I will never be able to build a hyper relay to connect this hyper relay network to Chor's Compass. Breglar Station is a border station, so eventually I will be shifting the anchorages away from here for military. I don't necessarily have to shift them all away. I don't need to make this a full-on military outpost, but I can. Friaka will probably be downgraded eventually, and I will shift this elsewhere. Gathry Maelstrom is upgrading to a Citadel. It is going to remain an anchorage. It is in the same area as my matter decompressor. Octellus Station is being upgraded to a Star Fortress and eventually Citadel. It is going to remain an anchorage. It is in the system with the Artisan Troop. Plessis A will probably end up being downgraded at some point and relocated to Gorham as a border military base. And Kahanis Station is currently being upgraded as a military base. As far as shipyards, I've decided to start upgrading Yilon Station. It is going to be another shipyard. I will build a wormhole or a gateway in this section, and this will be another one of my major shipyards, because Almac is actually going to shift to being a border system, get rid of its shipyards, and become military. Blorgsbane is upgrading to Citadel. It is going to be another primary shipyard. And Kazoo is going to be replaced eventually. I'm not sure where I'm going to relocate this one to. Yeah, between Kazoo, Friaka, and Plessis, I have 3 more potentials. I do know I want one in Gorham. And I will probably want a couple closer to Earth. But I'm not sure where. And I do think I would rather have the mega shipyard connected to the hyper relay than up there. So I may build the mega shipyard over here in Azeroth close to Earth, rather than in Panel. So I might upgrade Azeroth to be another shipyard as well, in the same system as the mega shipyard. We'll have to see. I don't really need it like right adjacent to Earth, honestly. Since I can connect through gateways, I could actually build my mega shipyard and additional shipyard, like say over here in Fearum or somewhere. It really doesn't matter. But let us proceed onward now.
Species modification has concluded.
Yep, that pop-up is still happening. We finished the Belmacosa and got all of them consolidated into one species. So we no longer have any of these variety of Belmacosa variatus. So I could actually delete these templates, and that way I'll know if there's more than one template. Yeah, if I go through here and say delete that one off of my list, and delete that one off of my list, it will be real easy for me to tell when one has migrated in that doesn't match the species I have already created. But I'm not going to worry about another species modification just because that one's finished. I do want to get a little bit of progress on the Mega Art installation in between modifying species. Another thing I didn't actually cover was the current constructors. So we are primed here in Almach. A little bit of lag coming in here. For our final refinery in this system that will be over Almach 4. The Susquehanna is in Yilon to put a mining habitat over this Yilon 2. In Caravan, we would be building a mining habitat over Caravan 5. The Pacific is currently building, finishing up the gateway here in Succubus's Ball before moving on to Lawam, where I believe I am planning on another. Let me retarget that one. Yes, I'm planning on a mining habitat over Lawam 2. Even though that provides quite a bit of minerals, it's providing 10.8. I can get that out of one miner, and each mining habitat can support, without any further things, 4 mining districts. Each mining district is 3 miners. That would be 12 miners. That is a huge chunk of mineral output I can get out of this beyond the 10 that one mining station is giving. The Amazon is in Pawnell over Blizzard to add in a orbital ring around it. The Sahara is currently building an orbital ring around Winzhou, and from there it is moving to the Trimus system. To be prepared to put one over Xianyang. Colorado is in Procyon, where I plan on building, I think it's the catapult? No. What am I building in the Primus in this system? I think this is the Strategic Command Center. So that's where my civilian ships are currently positioned. Although I think I would rather him be in position for the mega shipyard first, which I'm still not sure where I wanted it. I do have a person in Yilon, so if I decide to put it in Yilon, losing that 3.8 physics research, which happens to be my highest area, I can stand to lose 3.8. Yeah, I can just have this person go over there and start the base of that. But I believe waiting for habitats would actually be a better idea, so I can get a couple of mining habitats and get... How much longer until that ship is out? Get some more refineries up online. 23 more days, and I can start this fleet moving, I believe. Alright, the one in Succubus Ball is completed, and as a matter of fact, let's interrupt your orders. and just tell you, see, originally I had him going there. I didn't want to interrupt what he was doing, but decided he was going to end up here. We'll just tell you to go straight here instead of going to New Jamestown. I don't believe I have... No, it would take 2,500. I can't afford 2,500 right now. I could sell a little bit of food, but that won't give me enough. No, the sell price is actually pretty low. We'll hold off on selling any food right now. It'd only be about 3 months before we had the alloys anyway. Now, I was watching this. So we did do the migration treaty with them, which they had wanted. And the Federation Association offer was proposed, and my 2 subjects both agreed. So Commonwealth of Man will be offered association status. All right, now I believe that is the final boat right there. Let's go to our fleet. Fourth fleet. I am missing a cruiser still. It didn't jump into the fleet immediately. Or is a cruiser being built elsewhere? We have 2 ships in transit. Let's go to their reinforcements. Is one still being built? Yeah, a cruiser at Earth. So we will wait here until that cruiser is turned out in Earth another month and a half. And then proceed to start moving this direction. Wait for the reinforcements before we start pushing in. He changed his mind. Originally, now I used like 5 favors to make sure he would accept. He changed his mind.
Research concluded.
Oh well, his loss. The Giga Cannon. Even more powerful mass accelerator cannon that can rip through even the toughest shields. Alright, Habitat World did show back up, as well as Titans. And of course Ring Worlds are locked. Let's go ahead and get Habitat World. Switch Vash with Pelton. And once we get the Habitat World, hopefully we will get Titans next. I do have enough influence for a ring, for an orbital ring, but I am saving up to activate this gateway another month. Speaking of another month, Fleet Manager. Alright, that one is now churned out. It will be in nebulous transit until for 3 months. It's not going to take us 3 months to get there, but pretty much everybody but, let's see, control click. No, that didn't do it. How is it that you remove someone from the list? Is it shift click? Nope, that didn't do it. I want to select everybody but 6th Fleet. Well, let's just do it from here. I know I can shift click here and select everybody but 6th Fleet. And actually I'll leave the Ahab here too. We are going to move to there. Actually, let's have a look. I can't do they have a crew quarter? I can't see their components. I don't know if their station has a crew quarters on it or not. But now we'll just move up there and wait for that last reinforcement to pop out. And then we will be ready to start eliminating the lavish freebooters. So also waiting for my alloys for certain things is going to allow my influence to build up to where maybe I can actually start getting some habitats going. I did not mean to click on that. I'm trying to... Oh, and I overshot April 1st. Damn it. So we're going to start upgrading that gateway. That will get us just needing a gateway over here in Yilon. to have gateways spanning our empire into our core systems. Now, out of curiosity, I think it takes 1,000... oh, you are building one. The Colorado is the Amazon. Yeah, let's check and see. Yeah, it takes 1,000 alloys to build the orbital ring. It takes 1,500 to build the habitat. So honestly, I'll probably have the influence for another orbital ring before I have the alloys and the influence for habitat. But I really should hold off for habitat. I need to move more of my refineries off-world and get some refineries on places like, or get some mining stations on places like Caravan, so I can get more than 1.7 exotic gases out of this.
A special project has concluded.
So I remodified the last miner on Altenia to be a harvester, since I was getting rid of that mining building. It turns out you can't modify a robot and another species. You can only do one species modification, whether it is robotic or biological in nature, at a time. That's a system I think really needs to be looked at. I would much prefer it if, instead of putting your research on hold to do species modifications, it created projects that you sent a science ship to handle. So it would tie up a scientist and a science ship to do the project, and rather than being based on the having a research value based on the changes and all, it just had like a fixed modification time, like 3 months per pop would be great. Or maybe adjusted depending on how many modifications you're doing to it or whatever. And just that way you would have a little bit more selection over it. You could probably get it to where you could change an individual pop rather than all the pops on the planet. The species modification is a little meh. It's kind of like a tacked-on system, honestly. Mythville at Al Nukeira. We'll let them stay and check them out when I do my maintenance in about a month.
Construction completed.
What did we complete? Well, I'm going to spend a little bit more influence, it appears. Let's go ahead and upgrade Nueva Cadiz. And it looks like we are now 1 year away from this sanction being passed currently. Still be 11 years before I can use an emergency measure again. In about 9 days, I need to check Terrenia to get it started on that moat facility. But we are proceeding on to work on this Marauders.
Construction completed.
I had forgotten to send the Hubble this way. It's about 3 months out. So the Tillinesti made peace with the Commonwealth of Man. They lost a lot. Tillinesti must have been in league with the Hithians. The Hithians actually gained a few systems. Let's see how the map changed over here. Oh, they only gave up a core system there, and maybe 1 or 2 to the Prime Awareness. No, it looks like Commonwealth of Man's the only one who got systems. They left them that one over there. The Hithian actually claimed a couple of systems here in the middle. That's a weird way to do borders. Alright, so Kahina Station is online. That one was where? Ah, yes, this new border system. We will start with the Hangar Bay. And I need to set up the trade route. Going to Breglar. Breglar is going to Earth. What was that weird system I saw coming over this way? Succubus Ball. Oh, the gateway's not open yet, so it's routing through a weird direction. But yes, both Verakus Black Hole and currently Kazoo are sending to Succubus's Ball, which when the gateway is open will go direct to Earth. Still 3 days.
Engaging hostile station.
Just as the fighting started, because I need to make sure I get the moat harvesting trap started here as soon as possible. And we are now taking on the Lavis freebooters. Did all of my fleets come in? Yeah, they're all moving in. Good. Okay.
Construction completed.
Obtelis has upgraded. That is the one in the area with the art college. We'll add a couple more anchorages here for now. I want to see how this combat goes. Garanshu broke their commercial pact with the Hithians. Sol Starbase has finished its final upgrade, so we have the Transit Hub, the Off-World Trading Company, the Hyperlane Registrar. We could put a Deep Space Black Site here. Let's see. I've got 100% stability on Earth. What about Mars? $97. It would squeeze a little more. That's 28.2 bonus as opposed to 30% bonus. It'd squeeze an extra 1.8 out of that. I don't really need the Deep Space Black Site here. So I think a better choice here would either be crew quarters so we could keep a fleet parked in the capital, or resource silos just to up our storage capacity more. We might actually consider a defensive one, like the target uplink computer. That will boost defense platforms and star bases. We will have a lot of defense platforms in here. For now, I think I'll put the crew quarters here. That does have upkeep, but, you know, it's energy credits I can deal with. Now, back to the combat.
Construction completed.
Till and SD broke off their defensive pact with the Hithians. Verakus Black Hole has upgraded. It was going defense other than these trade hubs. So, yeah, let's just get a couple of hangar bays on here, I think. Now, back to the combat! Any more interruptions? Yes. Commonwealth of Man is the rival of the Hithians. Awoken is in a migration treaty with the Pirac. League of Brian States is in a migration with the Pirac. Alright, did we suffer any losses? Not one. So all we need to really do is repair. So let's take our entire fleet. Let me select them. Yeah, we did not suffer any losses. Let's pull back here. We should be able to repair at a friendly star base. See, if I tell you guys to repair, what happens? Where is the option go somewhere and heal? Oh, it'd have to be a wounded one who I'd say that to. Okay, so you have to go back to an actual star base back here in Magam. So let's just have all of you pull back to Magam. We have 5 debris in here. Where is my science ship? Let's go ahead and scavenge those projects and then survey that system. So yeah, we suffered no losses. It probably won't take long to repair. They did have a few missiles. Did any missiles get through? No missiles did hull damage. No missiles did armor damage. So we did a pretty good job of tearing them up. And 2 of our admirals gained levels out of that. We could probably have swept through and taken them completely out, but I'm not in any rush to do that. I want to give my scientists time to get the jump on exploring this area. League of Brian States subjugated the Hithians. Sonderthan or a Scalarium. They have a regular vassal and a bulwark now.
Research concluded.
Mega art installation. An artistic beacon on a stellar scale. This installation inspires and represents the spirit of its creators. Everything left appears to be repeatable. So we will simply have Tetrana auto research, but I'm going to tell you that the first one is going to be starbase capacity. Alright, so 5 more months until we get Habitat World. League of Brian States guarantees the independence of the Alvathari. I wonder if the League of Brian States are now powerful enough that we can get them into our, that they would, my allies would actually want them in the Federation. Nope, everybody's still voting no. Hithians have a research agreement with the League of Phemisto.
Construction completed.
Alright, Sol's orbital ring only has 1 more potential building slot. Though we actually no longer need the crew quarters. I'm going to go dismantle it. Nobody's in orbit around the place. No point in paying the maintenance. I'll figure out what I want to put here later. I'm probably going to end up with the orbital logistics and the alloy. No, I want an orbital filing system here. This is a bureaucratic center. So I guess the other one would probably for the now be energy, but eventually either consumer goods or alloys. Though I can't specialize this world as one type of industry. That's the problem. So I would either be encouraged to boost both types of industry or neither. So yeah, I'll probably end up keeping resource gathering here on Earth because I did go for bureaucracy. Though there's only like 12 bureaucrats here. I could easily say they don't need to be boosted as much as the industry does. I mean, that would be 12 extra points of, well, let's consider the modifiers. Right now, we're getting almost triple the base value. So that would end up being another 40 points of unity off of this planet, I believe. Yeah, another 40 points of unity. I actually think the orbital logistics and the alloy processing would have more value. Extending my minerals to produce more consumer goods and even more alloys. But for now, I'm not building any of the buildings until I get more strategic goods. So I think I am going to save up for a habitat at this point. That'll also allow my alloys to bank some, so that I can get back to upgrading the Sentinel aerials, and then possibly going back to the Science Nexus, though I think the Interstellar Assembly is going to take priority over the Science Nexus. I really don't need to beef my science output much more. Other than that, I think a mega shipyard and a strategic command center would also be a priority. I almost have enough alloys to start on one of the two.
Construction completed.
So we have a communications jammer, crew quarters, disruption field generator. What would be our last building here? See, that boosts range on the defense platforms and the star base. The command center boosts fire rate for allied ships in the area. Yeah, let's just do the target uplink computer. And that'll be the final thing for Limsa Station. And actually, I do think I'm going to get the conglomerated scrappers to salvage 3 of these debris. That way there's only a few I have to deal with, 2. So after I get them, I can move on to surveys. And after I get repaired, I think I'm going to come out and hit this side, so I can go ahead and be surveying through here. It's still going to take me 6 months to get these 2 debris, since they're 90 days apiece. Pirac constructed a gateway in the ILO system. I think that actually, yeah, they just activated the gateway there. So they've got gateway activation now. They haven't actually built any of their own gateways. Actually, come to think of it, I bet you... No, this one had to have been a construction. Those were the only 2 pre-existing gateways. And I almost have enough influence to start a... habitat. 5 more months. So around May, I should be able to build a habitat. If not, actually no, I might be able to build one before then. Especially if I'm getting fractional, yeah. Alright, we got a little bit of research and salvage out of that.
Construction completed.
I'm going to delay it a little more so I can go ahead and upgrade a Katsuki station. So yeah, now it will be 5 months. I'm going to go ahead and refire mining subsidies for now, since I do seem to be trickling kind of low on minerals every now and then.
Construction completed.
And I forgot to go through my star bases. I'll probably have a few more pop up if I don't go through them now. Winzhou actually completed an orbital ring and I didn't realize it because I'm not getting the pop-ups for it, but I'll hold off on that until I get my first habitat underway.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
Alright, first one that is upgraded of my upgrades was Obatellis. Let's go ahead and get an anchorage. Yeah, I did have a few that were
construction completed.
Going to be done upgrading.
Completed.
Those are ones I can't queue up something for because I was waiting for an additional slot. Trimus A has 2 systems in its system, in its area. I could boost them to 100% stability with an off-world black site, or deep space black site. I think I will do that. One of my fleets is done repairing. I still have 3 more that are repairing. Sol Station is a fully upgraded citadel at this point. I just need to start turning out defense platforms for it eventually.
Research concluded.
Advanced space habitation. Years of improvement to our orbital habitats have led us to create newer, more effective designs. Synth leaders, improved battleship hull. Let's get the improved battleship hulls. And now I'm not going to see Titans for a while, unfortunately, I bet. Third and fourth fleet, that leaves fifth fleet to be fully repaired. There we go. So we can take all of our fleets now. And go to here. That will take almost 5 months. I'll be done with this and headed that way to reveal the system so I can bypass this one to go after that one. I could jump directly there. However, that reduces both my sublight speed and my combat capabilities. So it's better not to jump right before you get ready to go into combat. I overspent my Unity a bit upgrading Blizzard, so I'm not able to upgrade or build a new megastructure because those do require Unity. But Blizzard's up to Ascension Tier 5. It's gaining quite a bit to mining and strategic resource gatherer output. Yeah, getting about 6 points or 6 points out of each of these gatherers out of the base of 2. That's really good. Yeah, it's about triple. And it'd be even better if they would stick a synthetic worker in those slots instead of those guys, the serviles.
Construction completed.
I believe I told you to move. Only second fleet is going. Damn it! I did it again and somehow did not select them all. All of you, go there. Storm Station is now a Tier 3 ring with full habitats. I believe that means I can, yes, add yet another industrial district.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
Got a little bit more alloy. That was a huge chunk of alloys. I think I am better off scavenging these by myself, because that is a lot. If I'd have given them 3, I'd only gotten 140 alloys and some science out of it. Blorg's Bane is now a citadel. We can do the mega colossal assembly yard here. I think I have another idle ship. Yeah, this one. I should send it down here as well. How long will it take you to get down here? 7 months. This gateway is not online yet. It's got 2 years. You know, I think I'd be a lot faster if I just jumped to there. Let's try that. Let's jump there and then travel all this way. He'll probably be done surveying, but having 2 down here that can scavenge the debris will be a little faster.
Research concluded.
Here come the lavish freebooters returning home, only to find one of their systems is gone. Flash coolant. New developments in tech cooling. Cooling regularly surface, improving stability and efficiency of our weapon systems, keeping them from blowing up the ships upon which they are mounted. And they've already picked energy weapon damage as their other one, but I can bring up this list to at least see. It says we have 6 new options generated. There's only 4 here. Yeah, shield harmonics 2, flash coolant 2, gravitational analysis 2, applied superconductivity, and focusing rays makes the 5th. So we're only getting 5 choices. I think that pretty much means there's nothing else other than the repeatables. I think that means we've gotten all of the remaining rare techs. I believe if you have an open slot, a rare tech will show up in it if that's all that's left. There's a couple of systems in here. So let's go ahead from here, go to there, and then go there. So a little over 3 months, and we should be clearing out their second system, which will give me an open shot to finish scanning all of this. Next month, right there, I can start on my first habitat. Almac is a refinery. Yilon is a mining station. I believe Caravan is the one I want to do. So yeah, I believe I should focus on habitats and megastructures for now, allowing my few existing colonies to kind of build up a little bit. Next month I'll have enough to proceed with the Sentry array and get it completed. Hithian are rivals of the Commonwealth of Man. So there we go, bringing up the fully completed Sentry array site. It'll take a little over 3 years, about 3.5 years. Matter decompressor will not be done before the Sentry array is. This gateway will be done in under 2 years. So the sanctions passed. Next one up is the minor military sanctions. It's actually saying no active resolutions under any of the... Oh, there it is. Minor administrative sanctions. What are the actual effects of that? It doesn't say. Empires that have been denounced or is in breach have penalties applied to them. Alright, they're in breach. The sanctions, there we are. Monthly unity and diplomatic influence cost increase. And it is the Alvathari and the Tilanesti and the Awoken that are in breach of the Military Readiness Act. Although the Alvathari should not be in breach. No, they are independent. Okay. I thought the Alvathari just got subjugated. I was wrong. There is a war going on to subjugate them. Yeah, they are currently in a war of obedience. Once that is done, they will no longer be in breach. Alright, what species do I want to change this time? I believe it is the Racket. If I go down to the Racket, they have a lot of bad modifiers. And I have 8 available trait points for them. So I could eliminate most of their bad modifiers. Their penalty to amenities from jobs. The fact that they are fleeting. They're slow breeding. Deviance really doesn't matter to me. So what do we want to give them? Well, they have Thrifty. Let's make them really good at being merchants. We could add Charismatic. That gives them amenities from jobs, so as clerks they will produce more trade value and more amenities. And if we gave them Traditional, when they became merchants, they would also add more unities. These guys would make amazing merchants, considering the Rackets are from Racket Industrial Enterprises. I think that fits. Now, I could get rid of Deviance and not have that, but yeah, it's not a big deal keeping that. So let's create that template. And shift them over. All our Rackets.
Situation log has been updated.
And that should be done in a day.
Species modification has concluded.
So now I can go back to where the species was and get rid of this Racket, that other Racket one. Where was it? Ours are so hard to find. Up above our robots. There we go. Let's just go ahead and delete that one. It'll pop back up if one enters my empire with that. Improve battleship hulls. Advances in building techniques will allow for the construction of sturdier and more durable battleships. We still have Ringworld. Let's get the rare battleship hulls before we get Titans. Don't know how long it'll take for that one to pop back up again, but that doubles our battleship hull, basically. Or doubles our bonus. We got plus 800, we're getting another plus 800. That's another thing that is changing. Instead of those being set values, they are now going to be percentage bonuses.
Construction completed.
Guthrie Maelstrom has fully upgraded. It is this one. That's not really an area that I have to worry about combat. We'll just throw on a crew quarters. Because there's only other thing I can throw on is hydroponics bay. I don't really need food. Well, it does have something to defend in here. So a command center or a target uplink computer would be good to help defend. Yeah, let's give it a target uplink computer. Or I could actually give it a defense grid supercomputer and really spam on defense platforms to make this place secure. How many can it hold right now? 23. That would get it up to 31 defense platforms. I think 23 is sufficient. Let's go with the target uplink computer to improve their range. Now for Succubus's ball, I have something else in mind.
Construction completed.
And I just realized I think Second Fleet is ahead of the others. Yeah, I've got them ordered to go into that system. All of you need to converge here first. Yeah, it's going to take 2 months for the ones that are furthest out to get here. Second Fleet is already there. Yeah, I didn't want... I'm glad I caught that. Tezekian Hive completed a gateway in the Carboros system, so they are building gateways. Polysimus Mandate is a research agreement with the Ugo Praknar. Alright, now, before I add this building, I need to talk to my mercenary enclave. Manticore's Defenders. We are interested in setting up mercenary garrisons. Our garrisons offer exceptional value. However, please keep in mind that at Manticore Defenders we frown upon the term mercenary. The word is too blunt and carries far too many negative associations. Our defense contractors are standing by to prepare your station for the arrival of our safety specialists. Once we're on site, these specialists will begin drilling the station's crew to bring out their best. At Manticore's Defenders, we aim to train only the finest peacekeepers. It's a deal. As your patron, we'd like to review our options. We'd like to help you get a bigger fleet. That's going to take 5,000. Alright, I was just curious. I don't know why it takes twice to close that dialogue. So now, at this one, we can add a mercenary garrison that boosts our ship fire rate. Gives us a defensive aura. As soon as all of these fleets are idle, we can queue them up to go into...
Construction completed.
This one has upgraded. Telasius is a border system somewhere. Ah yes, at the wormhole. Now in order for me to get another mercenary garrison... Oh, I can actually build this one too? I thought I would only be able to build one at a time. I can build mercenary garrisons on all of my major battlements. I have no issue with that. Though, actually, I think you should only, just like the art college. Well, the art college, you have to have the enclave in the area. I'm going to hold off and see if the other one prevents me from doing this. So I'm actually going to have this one sit idle for about a year. There's no rush on doing anything with it anyway. Zazekian Hive have another gateway in the Wymos system. They're spamming fucking gateways, man. We've got Wymos, Karabos. Why are you putting gateways adjacent to each other? That defeats the point of the gateways. Gateways are supposed to help you reach far ends of your empire, and you've got 3 clustered together. It's not even close to the hyper relays. That one is. Alright, the way the AI handles gateways needs to be adjusted because it is spamming way too many gateways up there. It should have been building another gateway way down here and maybe one way over here so it could connect throughout its entire empire. But it's just spamming gateways like they were hyper relays. And the disadvantage to this is you cannot remove a gateway. So even if I was in a military bent and conquering people, I couldn't clean up their gateways. I take over their system. I have a system that now has gateways in it. 1st and 5th Fleet are almost in position. About 2 weeks. Okay, what species do we want to modify this time? Let's look for the most populous species in our empire. Of course, it's robots. Well, you know what? Let's finally get rid of the old STO2 so it'll stop showing up on our list. So let's just apply this modifier to all the STs.
Situation log has been updated.
We'll still knock it out in about a month. Actually, it'll be a day.
The special project has concluded.
So now we can immediately go back in here and remove that old template. didn't set back our battleship hull points by much.
Construction completed.
Sugalia Station, the Nueva Cadiz in Sugalia has been upgraded. I don't really have the influence or the strategic resources to do anything with it. All my fleets are now in position.
Construction completed.
Breglar Station is fully upgraded. I don't really need the deep space black site here anymore. But this is going to switch over to a combat. So let's just start phasing out these for hangar bays. Ponel. Ponel will remain an anchorage, but I don't really need the deep space black site. What would I put here in its place? I guess we can go with crew quarters, and the next one would be a resource silo. Almac is going to switch over to combat.
Construction completed.
Seriously, give me a moment. Alright, LIMS, okay, it just finished its target uplink computer. They are damaging my hull already. Oh no. Yeah, so they are getting through to my hull pretty quickly. We are in a system that nullifies shields. So it's immediately armor and hull that we are going to be taking. That is going to be a problem. There's a neutron torpedo going there. We are tearing them up rather quickly. What has been proposed? Enable council veto power. Of course the driven assimilators want it. The Galactic Council should be granted the power to remove frivolous proposals from the resolution queue. I'll support that. Did we lose any ships? One destroyer. I can deal with that. So we will take our fleets and send them back to Magam for repairs. Good, it is going around Yump. Just to make sure it doesn't route through, we are going to put that as system restricted anyway. Alright, where is my follow-up ship? There it is. You start scavenging the debris there. As soon as you finish these surveys, you assist in scavenging. And then after you two are done scavenging, I will have this one start surveying this way. And the other ship will start surveying this way. And probably end up overlapping at some point. I'll just queue them up like that. We only shot down 69 of their missiles, so some probably got through. None did damage to my armor. None did... no missiles got through. But we still lost one destroyer. And it was in 4th Fleet, so let's go ahead and tell it to reinforce. It's building it at Almac. It'll be done in 3 months. Commonwealth of Man has declared Tazekian Hive their rival. Tazekian Hive has completed a gateway in the Dodanum system. Let me guess, it's another one spammed nearby? Yes. Good lord, people. Tazekian Hive has declared Commonwealth of Man their rival. And I really think you should be able to disassemble gateways when you conquer the territory. Alright, we got our dividends from the Manticores. Esteemed patron, our shipyards have been working tirelessly to produce the very best fleets possible. In addition to your dividends, we are pleased to offer you a complimentary fleet of our latest designs for you to review and test out. Let us know what you think of them. Where are they? They seem to be in the center of the galaxy. Yeah, they seem to be in the center of the galaxy. A handful of etched finality class corvettes. Oh, I haven't shared my tech with you recently, have I? I didn't even think of that. Hey guys, as your patron, we are inclined to share our technology with you. You want to share your technology. Your trust in us is an honor, dear patron. While our R&D department is committed to keeping us on the bleeding edge of research, we simply cannot mobilize the same amount of resources as you, and any knowledge that you share with us will be used to develop our activities in the most ethical manner. I have to pay them to share technology? Or am I getting 1,000 energy? I think I'm getting 1,000 energy credits. Yes. Thank you for your business. We are proud to work with you to make the galaxy a safer place. I still don't have enough alloys to upgrade them. And I have a faction with a favor with the Hazar Commonwealth.
The special project has concluded.
Decided to continue the tradition of getting rid of my obsolete species so I can remove the templates. Next one I will do is the last one to do, which is the researchers. That won't take too long, awfully long. As a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and apply that now. Even though it will delay me another month. That way I'll be done with them and be able to start focusing on something else again.
System survey concluded.
Alright, so it's March. I will be able to, let's see, there's, how many debris in here? 6 debris. It's March that I will finally have my reinforcement back. I can be back here by March, basically, if my repairs go fairly well. Actually, it'll be March before I'm even back to get repairs, it appears.
Construction completed.
I forgot to tell this to upgrade to Citadel. And queue it up. I was doing a good job of queuing most of my others up. I went ahead and shut down some of my old
Construction
stations.
completed.
And it ended up dropping my naval capacity a bit, which was fine. But yeah, I shut down Plessis and Friaka. I need to check and see if any of my trade routes got interrupted. Alright, so those are all going back to Almac, which in turn is sending off. So this right here is the only area with potential piracy. I can take care of that pretty easy by building a gateway in Trimus. Guthrie Maelstrom. Now that one actually has nothing to... I'll just tell it to go straight to Earth, actually, because we will end up... but it actually has no trade value coming through, 0, so that's not a problem. We don't even need a gateway because there is no trade value that will be generated here without population, and I do not believe I can build habitats there. I mean, I could try building a habitat over a friggin' black hole, but I don't think I can. Go back to trade routes real quick. Alright, so Telesis is going to Blorgsbane, which in turn is going straight to Earth. Well, Telesis is going to Panel, which is going to Blorgsbane, which is going to Earth. Breglar does have some trade value, but I can build a gateway there in Breglar to get rid of this little bit here, which this little bit here I really don't need to worry about, because if you look at the Starbase base protection, it has got so much base protection, it is not going to have any issues with piracy. Succubus's Ball still has not completed its gateway, but once it does, these police will be filtering into it. I decided to shut down Kazoo and actually build one here, so I don't need the trade hubs here. All I would need would be a hyperlane to be able to pick up Efrov and send it back to Succubus's Ball. Limsa. What is coming to Limsa? Where the hell is this trade route coming from? What the bloody hell? Is that Succubus's Ball going all the way over there? Where are you going? Yes, Succubus's Ball has decided to route to Earth by the most convoluted passage I have ever freaking seen, because it's going through that wormhole all the way over there. Why don't you just go this way? Or go up through this way? God, that gateway needs to come online. That is ridiculous. Anyway, back to generic trade routes. Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, Limsa is going back to Earth, but it will have 0 trade value. Actually, it has 2 trade value. Why does it have 2 trade value? It's not actually shipping 2 trade value. But it says there's 2 trade value in the Limsa system. Its collection range is 0. Obtelius is going to Earth. That will create a little bit of piracy if it had any trade value, which it does not, because Earth is collecting all the trade value around it. Let me see why Limsa is not collecting the 2 trade value in its system. What is collecting that if it's not Limsa? Because normally if you have a starbase in an area, it collects the trade value. But for some reason Limsa is not showing as collecting that trade value. I wonder if it's being collected directly at Earth. Collected nearby, collected from trade routes. I'm not sure. It probably doesn't matter too much. Trimus I think I just built a deep space black site here. I'm eventually going to get a gateway there and just send it straight to Earth so that I don't have to worry about piracy right there.
The special project has concluded.
There we go. Now we can get rid of our old researcher species. And we have trimmed down just to start various types of droids. And in April, I can go back to my cycle of looking through species and seeing if there's any that really needs my attention. Yeah, they're still 4 months out. It'll be July before they're even on the verge of getting repaired.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Why are there... Oh, wait, that. Somebody is missing in action. Why did 4th Fleet go missing in action? Oh! That was the fleet that they had granted me that's for some reason had appeared up in the center of the galaxy. That's what that one is. My reinforcement will be back about the time I'm back here getting repairs. Interstellar expansion. The immense logistical support networks needed to maintain an upgraded starbase can be further improved, allowing us to support more of these stations. And next you are doing another interstellar expansion. Okay. What is my current fleet command limit? It's still only 150. I think that's really all I'm going to need, honestly. But yeah, in that case, let's just upgrade here. And we won't end up needing Verakus Black Hole to get the trade from here. Let's see. Yeah, I have 4 stations upgrading. I have 4 capacity. That will work. Tazekian Hive has spammed yet another gateway. Boy, once they got the technology, they couldn't help putting them anywhere, could they? They want to be known as the gate builders. Citizen state of Hazuk ended the rivalry with the League of Brian states. Before we jump in here, let's go ahead and modify a species. Looks like the Dis is the next populous one. We do have 2 cybernetic discs we cannot modify. We have 1 point here. They decided to give them enduring. Somebody did. They developed enduring. Enduring gives them leader lifespan. You know, I'm good with that. Let's just apply this template so we can get rid of that one. We've already gotten rid of the original one, basically. It actually takes 2 months to do it.
Construction completed.
I'll just go ahead and push it up to the final ring tier. That'll keep it occupied for a while.
Interstellar debris analyzed. Interstellar debris analyzed.
Yeah, we're... Oh my god! 1111 in alloys. We got a envoy with the... a favor with the fire tribes. So, yeah,
Species modification has concluded.
Alright, the discs are modified, so I can eliminate their old version. Actually, can I delete this one? No, that's the original species. I'm not able to delete it. I do have an experiment I want to try next time I do the species, and that is converting all of my SPs at one place to SWs and see if I can shuffle them around to take over the artisan and the metallurgist spots. And a lot of this micromanagement is really
Research concluded.
unnecessary. I just enjoy doing it. Also, since it is kind of a fanatic egalitarian society, I should probably just let everything go, but I'm trying to eke the most I can, just the benefits. Advanced battleship hulls. The latest generation of battleship hulls have optimized structural integrity fields and improved bulkheads. So we have synth leaders, and then a ton of... Oh, that one would be nice. A ton of... I believe these are being shifted to society research. The repeatables for strike craft. Because engineering is very heavy. There's more than 6. There were only like 5 different physics ones. When it gets to repeatables, I think there's like 5 or 6 society. There's like 8 or 9 engineering repeatables. So you may not always get the one you want to pop back up. Let's go ahead and get synth leaders. And I am going to keep my Voidcraft expert in here in hopes that Titans show back up. Because there's a better chance for them to show up when you have a Voidcraft in there. So the experiment I want to do is to convert all of the synthetic performers on Storm, all 8 of them, to workers, and see if I can shuffle them around.
The special project has concluded.
So we're going to go to Storm and see if I can now get these synthetic workers. Let's close all the entertainer jobs, close all the culture worker jobs, close all the artisan jobs, and see if I can get them into the artisans. And I can. And now let's just restore all the jobs. There we go. Now that did cut down on my... Right now this display isn't showing right. If I close out a clerk and open it back up, it should fix it. I guess it is showing right. Yeah, my available amenities appear to be rather low here on Storm. So I think I actually do need another hyper entertainment for them. I probably don't need... That's 24 naval capacity. I do have another fleet that is going to require 110. I do need more naval capacity. I mean, more entertainers here. Although I am at 99% pop approval, really high amenities aren't going to do much more to the happiness. Let's see, it's 3% here. It's 10% here. It might be enough to push it to 99% happiness, which would boost the stability just one more point. They're happy. They're happy enough. I could swap something out here for entertainers. Maybe when I specialize this into a factory world, because I don't really need mining world later on. This is giving 25% more minerals. So my mining jobs are producing probably about 60 more or 70 more minerals than they should. Well, no, it'd probably be about 90, 80 to 90 more minerals. So I'd drop about 80 to 90 minerals switching off. Well, I can test it. 47. Let's say I went to industrial. Okay, I'm losing 40 minerals doing that. So if I were to swap this to, say, a factory world, I would no longer need the alloy mega forges, and I could swap them to an entertainer district, you know, if I really needed to. But this being a factory world, it would now produce 219. Well, no, this is still showing the metallurgists and stuff. Let's switch off and back on. It's still showing that we have metallurgist. Why do we have 3 unemployed specialists? Let's go back to, say, an industrial world. Did we really end up unemploying 3 people when we did all that shuffling? It must have pulled some people from from below. But yeah, this is an entire extra consumer good per artisan, having these guys up here. And I don't know why it switched the one that I was building. This is supposed to still be building these guys, because now I need to replace them. And I guess next time I get, let's see, that's 5, 18 more, I can shuffle them around again to get more efficiency out of all of these guys. Yeah, I don't understand why we ended up with 3 unemployment. It must have pulled people from down here, from the clerk jobs. Oh well. We've got available clerk jobs to go back down to. But yeah, that was my little experiment to see if I could do that. And sure enough, I can. So I'm happy with that. That is a way that I will be able to eke the most efficiency out of this. Because if I can boost my consumer goods upkeep, I think if I get it around 500, I'd be safe to do it. I can change my living standard for all of my species from social welfare to utopian abundance. See, but that's going to double the upkeep for workers and specialists, which is the majority of my population is workers and specialists. There are only a handful of rulers. So that is probably going to add another 500 to 600 consumer goods per, from the pops. But utopian abundance would also give pops 10% more happiness right off the bat. Right here, rulers have 10, specialists have 5. Oh, that's social welfare. Everybody has 10 at social welfare. This will jump it to everybody being 20% happy. And the unemployed pops will also generate research. Because there is going to become a point where most of my colonies get filled up and I just end up with a lot of unemployment. So I do eventually want to get to a utopian abundance. Chemical bliss tanks your resources, increases your upkeep, and increases pop happiness by 40%. But that's basically drugging the hell out of somebody. It makes them absolutely worthless as users, as workers that provide resources. However, things like
Construction completed.
clerks, since they provide trade value and amenities, those aren't considered resources. They make awesome clerks. Drug all your clerks. A brewery station is now online. This one is going to be an anchorage. It is in the one I've got protecting the sentry array, so it's going to basically be an anchorage. Let's see, the Lawam. I think Lawam is also going to be an anchorage for now. I could make it a shipyard. I could make it a shipyard. Which reminds me, Lawam needs to route to Succubus's ball. And Ibriri is great going to Earth. It's not going to have any trade value. Lawam I basically built to get that trade value there that nothing else could reach, so that Verakus Black Hole no longer needs the trade modules. So I can, after it finishes upgrading the Star Fortress, I can get rid of these trade hubs. As a matter of fact, I can go ahead and dismantle one now. Let's just wait, because I think they do generate, do they generate anything by themselves? No. not without a building here. So yeah, let's go ahead and dismantle one. And I can just get a, what do you call it, building there to claim the one in Efrov and dismantle the last one. Alright, and the last one that came up was Gorham. That one is going to be a defense starbase, because it is a border system. Not shipyard, hangar bay. Thank you. Pessimus Mandate is rival of Alvathari. Lot of fickle politicking going on.
Construction completed.
Alright, Yilon is now fully upgraded. This is going to be a shipyard. So we want the colossal assembly yards here. Because Yilon is where I am building the mega shipyard. I went ahead and started the construction of it. After I finish the mega shipyard, I am coming back to get ready for that habitat. And I kicked in architectural renaissance. It is construction on a scale that previous generations could only dream of. Megastructures may well become the true legacy of our civilization. So yeah, that boosts all of my build speeds. Gathry Maelstrom is done with its target uplink. This one is fully done. Eventually I can start churning out defense platforms. Let's see. Yeah, we have 3 under construction. It's going to be about a year and a half. Almost 3 years. And the one I'm building is going to take almost 3 years, I think. And we're about 7 months away from the gateway in Succubus's Ball finally being online. See, we are going to need a gateway in Yilon. And I do need a gateway in Lawam. Since I'm building a gateway in Lawam, do I want to make this another shipyard instead of an anchorage? I might have overly sufficient naval capacity for what I want eventually. Well, no, every fleet can get... I've got 6 fleets. Every fleet can get to 150. That would mean I would need a 900 capacity in the long run. So yeah, I will make this an anchorage. Alright, my fleets are starting to repair.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
Looks like the reinforcements have arrived. That was only 21 alloys.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
That one was 151. I think I've got 2 more fleets to repair. Let me guess. Tazekian Hive spammed yet another gateway? Yep. I know what they're doing with
construction
all the
completed.
Alright. Succubus's Ball has its mercenary garrison. Now, can I build one here? Yes. So all you need is the contract, and you can put mercenary garrisons in more than one system. So I could actually, after you finish this hangar bay, put a mercenary garrison in your final slot here. What other battle stations do I have? Limsa? That one added weapon range. I have a crew quarters, shield hit points, and disengagement chance. I think I'll leave that one the way it is. Succubus's Ball has disengagement and emergency FTL. I didn't put crew quarters here because I had a black hole observatory. So yeah, they have more sublight and disengagement chance reduction, shield hit points, and of course I have fire rate on allied ships. What about Almac? Yeah, let's put a mercenary garrison in Almac. And I think we should probably put one in Earth. We have an off-world trading hub, hyperlane, the transit hub. I think instead of the crew quarters in Earth, we will have a mercenary garrison. One more fleet to repair. Tazekian is in a non-aggression pact with Tilanesti. How long? Alright, my fleets are fully repaired. I think they are fully refitted. So let's take these 5 fleets and finish off the final system of the Lavis freebooters. Now, I want everyone to be in position before I do it because I don't want people jumping in ahead of the others. 4th fleet is still gone. Oh yeah, it'll be next year before they come back. Another 7 months or so. 8 months.
Construction completed.
Alright, Efrov has finally come up. That one... What was I doing in Efrov? Oh, no, I just put that one in there to collect the trade here, so I didn't need the building in Verakus Black Hole. So this is going to be another anchorage. So yeah, I probably can change this one to be a second shipyard instead of an anchorage. Let's cancel that anchorage and actually make this one another shipyard. Now we need Efrov to deliver to Verakus Black Hole. And now I can actually go to Verakus Black Hole and dismantle that trade hub. So that I'm not at least paying maintenance on it. It appears that I have finally collected everything in my territory. I do not see any unclaimed trade value, no unclaimed resources. I finally have everything.
Construction completed.
We have a favor with the Alvathari and the Darblins. That's our final one with the Darblins. And Earth Station has gotten rid of one of its shipyards. Let's get rid of the other. It's no longer going to be a shipyard. So now that I have shown you little neat tricks to get around the logarithm that deals with jobs, if you really want to micromanage, it is past time I truly embraced fanatic egalitarianism and did away with artificial people designed for specific jobs. So I am designing just a pure synth. He is basically cheap upkeep and efficient processor, no specialty. And we are going to apply this template to every one of my robots. Now this is going to have an impact on my minerals, on my food, on my consumer goods, on my alloys, on everything. Energy credits, because all of these specialists are being removed. But it is time that they had the right to choose, actually. I should have done this a long time ago. We were still kind of stuck in the ways. Now this is going to take quite a while. It's going to take over a year. But in over a year, we will have gotten rid of people built for a particular job. I will be able to go back and delete all of these. And then, yeah, they're not even mass-produced anymore. They're just cheap upkeep. Then I will let the Robot assembly plants just basically run free or get rid of them entirely. It depends on whether or not I need population to really grow on a particular planet anymore. I've also done the same for the Blizzard robot. These aren't in alphabetical order, so they're going to be down near the bottom. They only have a population of 4. Let's see, yeah, I just changed them to the Blizzidians with the exact same features so that it won't matter which one turns out. And I'll just change robot assembly plants to just be no longer locked in a particular thing. That will cut out a little bit of my micromanagement at this point, because I'm getting to the point now where I should be able to handle not having the right person in the right job, especially once this matter decompressor upgrades in another 3 years. My minerals will be under control. I'm starting to cut down on what I'm building and only getting the jobs I need to support minerals, so we shall see how it goes. I am getting pretty close to cap on food, so I might end up needing to sell some soon. But yes, it'll be about a year for this massive project. The way I was continuing to do it was more fitting for an authoritarian empire, but it just kind of fit my play style to like to make people specialize to a job. And I wanted to see how to get around some of the little tricks, because like I said, it had been a while since I played. I came back to the game with this playthrough pretty much, or a few playthroughs right before it that I didn't air. Ponel Station is fully upgraded, I believe, because yeah, it's pretty much done.
Research concluded.
Perfecting the firing cadence of laser weaponry is a task that could keep the engineering elite of any planet busy for centuries. And it's going straight for the second one of that, focusing arrays 2, I believe. The only one we haven't done 2 of is applied superconductor conductivity. Let's let it advance a day or 2. Yep, energy weapon damage. It's doing rank 2 of it already.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
21 more alloys. How many more we got? 1. Let me guess, the Tezekians built another gateway? Uh-huh.
Interstellar debris analyzed.
21 more allies, and we are done with the debris. It is now time for these 2 to split up and start surveying. Now we have a tundra and an alpine world through here. Oh, what is this? Hunter Space Amoebas. Hey, they don't have that Space Amoeba glitch name that these guys do. These must have been new ones that spawned since the patch that glitched out. That's cool. We had a favor with the Commonwealth of Man. What is that? Cracked crystalline shard. Yeah, I can see what my allies are surveying as they go along. Hithians are rivals to the Verzak.
Anomalous readings registered.
Oh yes, we're back to anomalies. Promising Moon. One of the small moonlets orbiting this gas giant has been identified as a promising mining site. A more thorough survey will have to be conducted to determine whether a mining operation would be feasible or not. Who is this? You get a bonus to research speed. Alright, let me get... There we are. Anomaly discovery chance. Wait a minute. Is the Noble the other ship over here? It sure is. We have somebody else who would be good at anomalies, don't we? Yes, the person in society research. Or the person in the Copernicus the Copernicus. So yeah, let's get Bondin. And we will place Kutrok back in that vessel. And then we will tell them to research that. My fleets are about a month out. Yeah, look at the horde of science ships coming over here, realizing, hey, new areas we can survey. I've also decided to replace all the robotics facilities on my planets that already have reached a population of 50 to where they qualify at least for the system capital complex with different refineries for now. So it will replace that one job with another until I can get around to replacing them with the Galactic Stock Exchange where necessary. That will allow my rare crystals and such to actually grow fairly quickly, so that I have an abundance for refitting ships, building defense platforms, and such. And it looks like we're just about in position here. There go all those science ships, so happy to have something to do.
Construction completed.
Alright, this one has finished upgrading a tier. Where was Kahanis? Ah, yes. Alright, so let's put some missile batteries on here. And I probably should have hotkeyed one of my fleets so I could just tap. As a matter of fact, yeah. Let's change 10 to this one. So I can just double tap the key to get here quickly, and look at that fleet power. 5 fleets close to 30, that's 150. More detailed scan of one of the many natural satellites orbiting the gas giant DM5 has revealed a deposit of precious metals and minerals that was overlooked in the initial survey. Although the moon is very small, it has a stable orbit around its primary and appears technically stable. I just add some energy to it. Alright, you guys. Once you all are absolutely stationary, yeah, there we go. Time to deal the final blow to the Lavis freebooters. Now this system also nullifies shields, increases evasion though, and reduces sublight speed. Imperial Highway. Construction has concluded on the new gateway in the Succubus's ball system, a stable subspace connection, yeah. Imperial Highway. Own 4 active gateways. Okay. Well, we blew up somebody almost instantly. Second Hive made another gateway. We've already got one. Yeah, we blew up a void dwelling with no damage. Go figure. All my fighters swarming that poor guy.
Anomalous readings registered.
Improbable orbit. Scanning the star unveils a small object in rapid orbit. Its small size and high velocity make it difficult for our sensors to isolate. Now we are going to need to divert over here to get this, or I can just actually hire the... yeah, there's 3 right now. Let's go ahead and tell the conglomerated scrappers to take care of that. Even though we get more doing it ourselves, our scientists are busy. That fleet didn't last long. No losses from this fleet doing it. Are any of my fleets damaged? A few. Yeah, we've already lost one ship, or at least 2 ships. And we're about to lose another destroyer. Yeah, all of our... Why are they all way up here? My fighters. Look at that swarm of flagella. Oh my god, that is lovely. They're way up here shooting down at them way down here and just tearing them up. The Admiral leveled up. Alright, well I've got to go do my quick scan through the Empire. Yeah, these guys are getting absolutely decimated. Does not take long for me to blow things up. We did have another fleet report. Yeah, it's just telling me what First Fleet is doing. Alvathari has made peace with the Second Hive. Alvathari becomes a subject under the Second Hive. And they lost some systems. It says they are just simply a vassal. That's a pretty big ship. All that firepower headed its way. I am watching a battle, people. Fire Tribe Zakel wants to declare war against the Garanshu to vassalize. No! Stop it! Yeah, we're just getting reports for First Fleet every now and then. Second Hive built yet another gateway. Go figure. Are you two not in... First Fleet is not really fighting anything, is it? Get over there and engage something. Now we got an overall battle report. Yeah, hell them, more debris, it's a deal. And then after they do that one, we've got 3 more there, and then we'll have 3 more after that, because these 2 plus that one will be the last 3. Let's take a look at this combat report. Yeah, we lost 4 corvettes in Third Fleet. Now, all of you need to fight. We have gotten a report from Science Officer Bondon Restel. It seems that a ceramic container is circling the star Diem. Most peculiar. It should obviously not be there, yet somehow it has managed to find its way into a close orbit. A special project can be issued to investigate the container and try to deduce how it ended up there. Conundrum worth investigating. Research projects in the system. What? 730 days? Okay. 2 years you're going to be busy, so this guy's going to have to do all the damn surveying. You know, I can come back to that project, actually. So, finish the surveys first. You'll just finish those 2 systems. And then start on this one. Actually, let's change that up. Finish the surveys here. Do the surveys here. Hit this system, and then this system. And then come back to research that project. You are surveying this system. Survey that system. And then, yeah, I guess survey that one, and then you'll probably be done by then. Back to the battle! What little it's going to last. We got another battle report. Yeah, watch how quickly those damn habitats go. The once powerful nomadic warrior culture, and I think that was a Lavis freebooter. The once powerful warrior culture of the Lavi is no more. Forces from the United Nations of Earth have destroyed the last of the massive space stations that house the majority of this population. Refugees from their surviving civilian population have scattered across the galaxy. Although some... Okay, this is the exact same dialogue you get with every one of them you destroy. Yump, still listening as a... Let's let it progress today. There we go. Alright, so all of you return to Earth. No. Return to Yilon. So we'll send them all back to Yilon. Several of our admirals gained levels. Yeah, he was a Lavis freebooter, I believe. No, he's a Molinarch Corsair. Which of our admirals is a Lavis freebooter? Franz of Blue. Yes. And he was the one who led the charge in there with my fleets. Turned against his own people. He realized our way was better. We lost 3 corvettes with 5th Fleet. Polysimus Mandate is a research agreement with Uko Preknar. And they still have 2 systems left right now. But I have a feeling they're slowly getting destroyed by the citizen state of Hazook more than the League of Brienne Stars. So we have eliminated 2 threats from the galaxy. I'll let the Fire Tribes of Kel claim all that space. I don't care. I just wanted to survey it. Now, once we get prepared, we will be coming from Yilon after our retrofitting and seeing if we will be the ones to take on the enigmatic fortress. Yep, Fire Tribes of Kel is greedily gobbling up the area. I'm absolutely okay with that. Uko Preknar is in a migration with the Polysimus. And here on the Senate floor we have buzzword standardization is the one that actually made it to the top, it appears. Ban organic slave trade is actually next. Nobody is supporting to Yankee pest control. Nobody. It has 0 support. Does that mean you're not even supporting your own resolution? Really? I still want the Yankee Conservation Act back, but I'm spending my influence on much-needed habitats. I do have a ton of alloys to repair my ships. As a matter of fact, now would be a time to go into the fleet manager, the ship designer. I can actually start getting rid of these these Mark IIs and clean up my, I wish I could just can I just hit enter to delete this? Yes. Alright, so we're going to get rid of all the Mark IIs. Now since I have 6 fleets, I think I actually want to design a few more cruisers so I don't have so much crossover. And a 6th battleship. Because I do want a full-on artillery battleship. With the Giga Cannon and 4 neutron launchers. Now the Giga Cannon has 75 accuracy, that has 90. Artillery is going to give us no accuracy. So we are going to use the auxiliary fire controls. I've already got a Hornet, I've already got a Lionheart. Trafalgar. So let's see, let's go back to the Bulwark. I think I am going to keep the Tachyon Lance on the Bulwark. So I'm not really going to retrofit this design because it does have a lot of shield depletion with the Gauss cannons and the kinetic artillery in the back. I mean, I could make this a neutron launcher and make this a Giga Cannon, but for mediums I'm going to need either the Gauss cannon or null void beams. And those are about the only ones that can reach out to that range, so that means this has got to be anti-shield. So my big gun might as well be anti-armor for that. So now we have 6 battleships. I need 2 more cruiser designs. Let's see, we have missile, broadside, artillery. Let's do another missile. All missile, if we can. And we will do a broadside. I think we've already got one MMB. No, we've got an MMG. Alright, so this is going to be a Gauss. For the smalls, I think we're going to go with autocannons just in case anything gets close. No, wait a minute. No, that would only get to 72, the null void beams. Yeah, the null void beam has more range than the Gauss, but still can't reach. So yeah, we'll go with Stormfires. Although technically everything's just going to ball up, so it'll get to use those. But we're loading this up with Marauder missiles. And we're going to tell it to stay at artillery range. The Salamis MMB. And I do want one more cruiser design. What do I want? Alright, what have I used most? I had 4 designs and 6 fleets. Let's go to the fleet manager. First fleet has the Oroscani, the Lutzen, the Shilang, also the Shilang. We will replace this Shilang in 4th fleet with the Salamis. 5th fleet has the Joan of Arc. 6th fleet has the Lutzen, so we need another artillery, it appears. So we can Now, artillery corps has a large and a medium. Broadside will add another medium. Unfortunately, the missiles add smalls. I don't understand that, since missiles have such an extreme range. Let's go with artillery hangar. So we will change this out for kinetic artillery. Have our point defense be Guardian point defense, and have our hangar be an actual advanced strike craft. And we will stay at artillery range. Arcturus AHP. And that will be 6th Fleet. Now for battleships, we have the Trafalgar now. Alright, so we have a little bit of artillery there, This was broadside carrier artillery, I think. Is that what the Lionheart is? Yeah, it has an artillery stern. But it had a mix of small, mediums, and larges. And so did the other ship in that fleet. The Century. The HCA. Mediums, smalls, and a large. This has more hangars. Let us replace the Lionheart in this one with the Trafalgar, I think. Yeah, this is going to be a heavy punch. So there, we'll send all of our fleets back, have them reinforce and retrofit the ones that need. Well, the ones that need to reinforce, I can reinforce on the way back. Because it's only a few of them that needed it. Yeah. So they can reinforce on the way back. Then I can finally start filling out 6th Fleet, I believe. 55 ships for 21,000. 2 fleets still need ships. That fleet is at full strength. That fleet is at full strength. Where's the 2nd fleet that needs reinforcement? Oh, 4th fleet. It actually is listed as having none. Well, I can do this one for 14,000 and something. And it needs 262 to further reinforce. I've got some money. Let's buy another 25,000. Go back to 6th Fleet. Still lacking to fully reinforce it. 2 more ships worth. Let's see, can I buy more? Not enough. We'll just let it go. I had noticed my minerals have gone negative again, and I still haven't converted the robots, so we are activating our Omniferous acquisition. Everything that can be spared will be recycled and used. Our ambitions require all the resources we can possibly find. I forgot to queue up some battle station stuff. Let's just go ahead and have these upgrade. That'll take a while. I don't need the building just yet. While they are upgrading, I know the problem with 4th Fleet is these are auto best designs, so I have to tell them to go upgrade to fix where it's showing that, hey, we need fleets in this.
Construction completed. Construction completed.
Alright, Nueva Cadiz can get another habitation module. And yeah, I forgot to queue up all of this crap. We are really close to another, yeah, that really jumped up our minerals. We have Xaner refugees from the Dzekian Hive. Alright, we got a little bit more from them. Let's have them get the last. And that should be all of the... Oh, there's 3 more debris after they finish with that. Yeah. Well, that has some crystal mines on it. I didn't check the other planet out. That had some crystal mines. So
Construction completed.
Pretty nice space I cleared out for you, Fire Tribes. Let's just go ahead and have you upgrade to Citadel before I start with the buildings. That'll keep you occupied for a while.
Construction completed.
Sol Station is fully upgraded, as is Telesis Station.
Construction completed.
Let's have a Lawam upgrade, and I can hold off on upgrading Efrov right now, I guess. Or I could buy 100 alloys, or 25 alloys would be enough to be able to do that. That'll tie him up for about a year. League of Brienne is rival to the Commonwealth of Man. That is why the Commonwealth of Man declined association status.
Construction
perhaps.
completed.
Oh no! It canceled my thing because it started using that orbital shipyard. I was in the process of replacing that with a habitation module, but now that the shipyard is in use, it is not going to let me. So I'm going to have to wait until I finish all my reinforcements. It's going to take a while for all of my reinforcements to get back. And it's about 3 months away, so it should be January 2nd when we finally change all of our synthetics over to a common model.
System survey concluded.
Alright, I've got a few more debris you can handle. And that clears up all the debris. Alright, those are all upgrading at Blorgsbane. So that should mean they are at Blorgsbane. So let me move the upgrading up. So there are 3 ships in the way other than that. And they are big ships. This is going to be annoying, trying to move this all the way down. Well, this will be getting more shipyards, so nah, I don't need to do that, because it is in the process of adding another shipyard. It's got 4 shipyards. and then it will be adding its final shipyard. It should get the upgrades knocked out fairly quickly, because these 3 are going to clear the queue, or these 4 will clear the queue within 3 months. That will start an upgrade while it's doing the other 2, and it should not take long to upgrade these corvettes. But yeah, I decided to switch these corvettes over to Ulans and use them as reinforcements for this fleet, so I canceled a lot of the corvettes that I was in the middle of constructing. That saved on the fleets I needed to do.
The special project has concluded.
Oh, we finished early. Now, let us see if any species missed... Yeah, 1 harvester missed the thing, so apply that template to that 1 harvester that migrated
Situation
to
log
Earth.
has been updated.
And we will go ahead and start removing our old templates. Now hopefully you'll catch that harvester before he migrates again off Earth. No, he actually got a job here. Cool. He was unemployed on the previous place. He's a technician. That's fine. Now how is this going to impact my resource gain? Let us see next month.
The special project has concluded.
Not that significantly, actually. So that should have gotten rid of the last harvester. It did. So now the synth is the only robot in our empire, and it is probably one of the most populous. This list is about useless now, because I have more species that will show up here. You see it only lists like human 1, human 8. I have a lot more than 9 humans. If I go down to where humans are, I have 71 of my original species. Why is it saying 1 and 8? Maybe this one's the one, maybe this one's the one, I don't know. But they actually have the humans for Commonwealth of Man listed separately. So I probably have 8 of one of those. And of course this would be a lot easier to find alphabetically over, so let's go to species and go back to H's. Yeah, I have 8 of the default Commonwealth of Man ones, and then 4 more of their cybernetic variants. I don't know who created the human Variatus, but I didn't. We aren't a cybernetic species. They made us resilient and natural sociologists. I would much rather have gotten rid of wasteful over picking up natural sociologists, so I will, when I get around to modifying that pop, we'll go back to this listing by greatest population, because that's the main way I'm going to be sorting it right now while I go through deciding what I want to modify. Looks like the Chirk may be next. Almost ready for another habitat.
Engaging hostile forces.
Really? Where? What the hell? Oh, you had a piracy outbreak, did you? Well, they picked the wrong time to break out in with piracy. When I have all of these fleets passing through. Goodbye, pirates. Yeah, we just obliterated them. No real losses. Are you guys still on your way back to repair? Yes. You guys are still headed to Elon. So now I have 2 more debris to worry about. There we go. We have our first habitat done at Coravon 5. And he's on his way over to do another mining one. I do need to colonize this. This is going to be mining. Oh, there's the Awoken. They are natural researchers. I'm not worried about them, though. We need somebody who's really good at mining. The Chirk. Minerals from jobs. One of the problems with all the lithoids, though, is they consume minerals. So let's see if we can find a non-lithoid that is good at generating minerals. I wish you could sort these lists a little well. You know what? Screw it. My species is going to be all mixed around when we do this anyway. Let's just use any old person, basically, to start the initial colony. Other than the Chirk, of course. Actually, these first two that we use are going to end up being politicians, most likely. So let's actually use the Hussar. They are communal. They're strong, so they get a little worker output, but they get unity from jobs and habitability bonuses. So yeah, let's just use the Hussar. Do I have a Thinnis? No, I don't have a Thinnis. We'll use that. And we have the exotic gas deposit, so the first thing we can build on here is a gas extraction well. But it's going to take a while to churn that out because most of my shipyards are quite occupied. I'm actually going to skip my maintenance this turn. I'm just going to let it run.
System survey concluded.
Since I overshot anyway. This is a fairly quick system. I can see forever! Exactly what technology is housed in the ring that encircles the Sentry Ray is a closely guarded secret. The results, however, are undeniable. We now have virtually perfect knowledge of all fleet movements in the galaxy. Well secluded, I see all. That's from Rocky Horror Picture Show. Alright, so I think we'll have to let it run a day. I don't have the alloys to start another project. Boom. Now we can see all of these. Omnicron Percy. That has a lot of planets in it and a tomb world. Expand this way, morons. You got a planet over here you can use. So that gave us vision everywhere. There's still a void spawn up there. Still a few pirates, but now we have vision on it. Enigmatic Fortress still exists. Let's go ahead and unrestrict that system. Now we see everything, so we can see where everybody's fleets are and what they are doing. I think we can see what they are doing. No, unknown orders. We still don't have... We can just see them at least. Why haven't you claimed that system? You're over here gobbling up these. You haven't even claimed Dandar. Yeah, there's a named Space Amoeba one. But this one has the correct name. Now, unfortunately that I have done this, there will be no more spawns in shadowy areas of, what are they called? Spaceborne life forms. They'll only spawn still in their in their homeworlds, if their homeworlds haven't been obliterated. Stellarite Devourer is still there. So there are still a few threats I can go and handle, the Void Spawn and the Stellarite Devourer, that others have not currently jumped, as well as the Enigmatic Fortress. Garanshu is in a migration with the Hazar. They're starting to improve their relations again.
Construction completed.
Ovatellis can put one more thing here. We'll put a mercenary garrison in here with the... Do we want a mercenary garrison actually with the Artists Guild? No. We want a crew quarters.
Knowledge is the key to the universe.
Interstellar Expansion 2. I believe the text is going to be the same on each of these. There's more than 6 because it's rotating them out. Yeah, we have food from jobs as one. We're working on Army health. There's Army damage. We have fleet command limit, naval capacity, starbase, monthly unity, food from jobs, leader lifespan. There's probably a couple more that can rotate out. Nerve dampeners. So I'm just going
System
to
survey concluded.
let this one run pretty much until July this time. I'm going to skip my April Empire oversight as well.
Construction completed.
Trimus is fully upgraded now. I put a mercenary enclave in there. The Uberic has embraced the Academy of Technologists and become more materialist. Wrong Uberic. Uberic regime, yes. They're erudite explorers. My minimum intel is now pretty damn high. Yeah, my base intel is like 80. And it goes by your base, your diplomatic pacts, your trust, or your infiltration, whichever is higher. So my base intel on pretty much anybody is going to be 80 now with the fully upgraded Sentry Array. Because this improves your base intel level.
System survey concluded.
That was a small system.
Construction completed.
There's a war. Verzak against the Gronshu. Breglar is fully completed. Almac. Almac is not fully completed. I'm shifting it to military. So I'll actually be ending up getting rid of the Fleet Academy. It's kind of pointless right now, so let's go ahead and dismantle it. Construction
completed.
Yes, I forgot to key up another shipyard at Blorg, Spain. We do already have a Fleet Academy. We have the Colossal Assembly Yards. The construction queue is full, but I can actually build juggernauts now. They cost a ton of capability. Let's queue one up. Well, it'll be a while before my queue is empty anyway. You're actually doing the colony ship? That needs to be pushed up. I need to get that colonized as soon as possible. There. Now it is generating the colony ship, at least. one more month. So in May, I should be able to start my next, right there, I should be able to start my next mining station, and I will do it here in Caravan. As a matter of fact, yeah, let's go ahead and build megastructure. Habitat's all the way at the bottom, isn't it? Before I build this, where is the sentry array? Cannot build more than one sentry array. Cannot build more than one science nexus. Okay, so that is actually updating now. Previously it was still offering me to build additional ones. We're going to build the habitat there. And since I have an additional starbase capacity, I was thinking of actually upgrading this starbase and giving it one shipyard to be able to churn out the habitat, the colony ships for that. I can always downgrade it later if I don't want it. It'll take 6 months to build it, and then another 6 months to get the shipyard. So it would be able to churn out the colony ships here fairly quickly. And I can always downgrade it when I'm done with it and put that starbase elsewhere. Unless I decide I do want it there at Caravan as another anchorage.
Research concluded.
Focusing arrays 2. So now you are doing focusing arrays. Isn't that what I just did, was focusing arrays? This is focusing arrays 3? Let me see that. Yes. So it's repeating focusing arrays basically over and over again. Even though it's not the cheapest. One of these others would be a little bit faster. Synthetic personality matrix. Equipped with a personality, synthetics will finally be able to interact socially on equal terms with the rest of our citizens. Some units may even assume leadership roles. There are Titans, and everything else appears to be repeatable. And there are a lot of repeatables, apart from Ring Worlds, which will probably be my next one after Titans, if all I see are repeatables.
Ship upgrades applied.
Alright, 4th Fleet is fully upgraded. We are going to combine 4th and 6th. Where's the button? There it is. Merge the fleets. So we are going to combine 4th and 6th. They are going to combine, and then I will not have that weird mercenary fleet anymore. 3rd Fleet has repaired, as has 4th Fleet. That leaves 1st, 2nd, and 5th. That just leaves 5th. And yes, I did run a little over in July. I think I might wait until October. There's not really much maintenance I really have to do anymore now that I'm no longer churning out a lot of robots. And I'm letting my empire catch up a little bit.
Construction completed.
Alright, so this one has finished upgrading. This one is going to be an anchorage, so let's just queue up some anchorages. Military, missile battery. And the last habitation model at Nueva Cadiz.
Construction completed.
Actually, I may just let it run until January. That was the... Oh, this one is still churning out more shipyards. Is that a colossal shipyard? Yes, it is. Yeah, I may just let it run till January and let you see my new maintenance routine then. Though I probably
System
will
survey concluded.
pause the video around October so I can go out for a smoke break. Scorpio. Obitelis is fully upgraded at this point. Yeah, we've got Canopus, and then both of them are in here. Both of them will be surveying Canopus. So if both of them in here and both of them are surveying, I'm actually going to take the Hubble. No, not the Hubble. This one has increased anomaly research. Well, this isn't an anomaly, so it doesn't matter. What does your other one do? More anomaly discovery chance. So you had 10% anomaly discovery chance. I'll let you continue surveying. I will take the Hubble. Research the project in the system. Once you finish researching the project in the system, you are going to Yilon. And once you finish your surveys, you are going to Yilon. Let me check my ships real quick. You're building the mega shipyard site. Is it the Colorado? Yes. Okay. I can go ahead and have you start on the Strategic Coordination Center. And yeah, we'll put it on the Molten World. Why did you go over there to put it over this world? That looks more like you're putting it on Procyon 2. Well, whatever. Alright, the mega shipyard is completed in Yilon. I need to get a gateway up soon. It takes 10,000 alloys and 2.5 years to upgrade it. Construction site serves as the base for future construction of a mega shipyard. The initial framework for the mega shipyard lays the basis for what will one day be the most productive shipyard in the galaxy. It gives us an overall 33% ship build speed and 5 shipyards at this site. Another favor with the Grand Shoe.
Construction completed.
Lawam is going to be a shipyard. Efrov is an anchorage.
Construction completed.
And we have our 4th and final habitation module on Earth. See the details of this. Lots of neutron launchers, medium phase disruptors, gamma lasers, and all of that. One thing, since torpedoes are short range now, I don't know how they've done it in the combat update, so I am actually curious to see. If you go to these stations, they had missile sites where but they use torpedoes in them. But torpedoes will be very short range. Those would be very bad on stations, in my opinion, because those would only be good if something closed the distance with you. The things you want to hit with torpedoes are things like battleships, which will hang back at artillery range. So I'm really hoping they get rid of the missile slots on stations and just give them more small slots, since that's what missiles are now, is small slots, so they can stock up with missiles. But I'm not sure if they thought of that or not. I haven't seen much of the combat revamp. It's just idle thought.
Construction completed.
Citadel of Death. Olmec Starbase has finished its construction. I'm going to put some gun batteries on here. Citadel of Death, huh? Own a Citadel with a 40k fleet power. That would be Olmec. Because of all of the defense platforms it has. And it's going to have a lot more eventually.
Construction completed.
Blorgsbane has all of its shipyards. It has a fleet academy, crew quarters, colossal, and the Black Hole Observatory. It is done. And it actually has the space now to churn out my first Juggernaut. That's going to take nearly 10 years. Yeah, that's going to take a while.
Construction completed.
Almac has finished its construction. Ah, yes, Akatsuki. Build the last habitation module here.
Construction completed.
Caravan. All you really need right now is a solitary shipyard. That's it for now. And we are in an election cycle. Wadogs is 86. You are a Dis. They have extended life, I believe. She is the primary candidate. I believe I have completed... Oh yes, I've way completed your urbanizer mandate. Although I believe Wadogs was generated long before they got that trait. So maybe Wadog's age is nearing its end. Alright, now Zerkor and all of them will want me to renew. You see, I have an outrageous amount. I'm not going to do that. We can pass on your crystals. We will renew with the Artisan Troop and reorganize a festival across the world. Though we don't really need it. The bonus happiness, sure, yeah. And we're going to cancel this one. Because right now we have a nice surplus because of all of the facilities I ended up building temporarily. I will eventually move them off worlds. It's usually a bad idea to renew all of those agreements at the same time. I simply did that so that I wouldn't... I mean, I do get the pop-ups for that, but I have been doing some of these at the end of the episode so I don't forget them at the start of... If I forget them when I process the video, I can do them at the start of the next episode because it'll be fresh on my mind. But usually you should stagger these. I generally do one enclave on like years ending in 0, then the next one on years ending in 2, and on up like that, and kind of stagger them since they each last 10 years. I do need to renew the Scrappers agreement. And my relic will not be ready for another 5 years. I have used up all my minor artifacts. We'll be getting pretty much all of these this year. And we will see if we have any non-repeatables other than the Dyson Sphere. I mean, the last... yeah, is it the Dyson Sphere? Ringworld. Other than the Ringworld left. But we will have access to Titans in February. Now, I'll quickly show you how my new routine is, now that I don't have to micromanage population so much. Basically, I would go through here, and if they need jobs, I would build it, but it would depend upon if I had the minerals and stuff available. I do have the minerals available to churn out a new industrial district here on Earth. I would also have to check the orbital ring to see if there's anything I could do for it. I am not going to make use, I don't think, of this huge surplus of volatile motes just yet, or am I? I mean, these buildings are temporary, but I can leave them until I move them off-world. Earth is generator and industry and administration. And this will probably be replaced with another administrative complex or the galactic market. Yeah, probably the galactic market. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and have this build. See, the orbital filing system would give me just a small amount of unity, but I can't boost both orbital logistics and alloy processing unless I ignore energy credits. But I have far more industrial districts than anything else, so what I will do is I will make this consumer goods and alloys here on Earth. So we will put in a orbital logistics system first. That's going to tie that up for a year that I don't have to worry about. Storm. Again, I don't have to worry about micromanaging the population. I'm going to let the population go however it wants now. We do have a nice, stable economy. I don't think I'm going to bother upgrading these just yet. That would just boost my output, and I would rather save it for buildings that provide jobs. As far as this one's orbital ring, we already have low-gravity refiners. I can boost one of two areas for this. And I think I will... why have I have it as an industrial world instead of a mining world? Let's see, how much... We are producing 219 consumer goods here. Only 122 alloys. Switching this to a forge world would drop the 219 consumer goods completely, which would put me down low. I could stand losing 100-something alloys. So we are going to make this Storm a factory world. And we are going to replace the alloy megaforges. These provide 2 jobs. We are going to replace that. This, where is the building that I got rid of? Oh, I must have... Chemical plants. Those are going to become the Galactic Stock Exchange. So we are going to replace this. Probably with another stronghold if I can't find anything else that really screams at me. I mean, I could put one commercial zone on here. It provides more jobs than any other zone. Yeah, we'll replace the mega forges with a stronghold. And we will go to our orbital ring and start construction of orbital logistics systems. So that should really boost my consumer goods output. Eventually I will be able to run Utopian Abundance. Alright, Euxina, not really much I can do here right now until it gets an orbital ring. I could upgrade these, but I don't really need to at this point. And like I said, a lot of these moats and stuff are going to be temporary. I don't want to rely too heavily on them for buildings that don't provide jobs. They just provide an additional bonus. I do believe this world is going to shift from energy to industrial at some point. No. It's going to remain energy because of the Betharian field. So this is one that I would probably switch over as well. I would probably make this a forge world. Since I just shifted the other one over, I could probably stand to shift this one to a forge world. And change these civilian fabricators out for something else. Do we have a military academy? Yes. So this will become another stronghold, I believe. All right, Nueva Cadiz. For now, I'm going to keep it urban, but I eventually might eventually make it a full industry world if I don't need the agriculture here. It's good on the buildings. building its last habitation module. Unless it has 90 or less days left, I'm not going to queue anything else up here. There's no point in tying up the resources when I usually plan on checking again in April. Al-Mada'in is pretty much good right now. There's not much I can do with it. Blizzard, I have got it up to tier 6. That would still leave me about 10,000, almost 20,000. So let's go ahead and upgrade it another tier. And I believe tier 8 is the final tier. You get 1 per perk starting with your 3rd perk, and then when you get all the rest you get a bonus. So I think you get to a max of Ascension tier 8. It might be Ascension tier 10. Let's see. Unlock all Ascension perks to increase the planetary Ascension cap by 8, by an additional 4. And it's based on, let's see, this is Blizzard. We'll come back to it. It's based on how many perks you've unlocked. You get your first one at 3. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 10 should be the max Ascension tier. And that was Blizzard we were on. So we'll keep pushing Blizzard until we've got it complete, because it is getting the most value out of this, in my opinion. Avalon, not really much I can do here at all. Like I said, I don't need to shuffle pops around anymore. Oh, one thing, Al-Mada'in. It's automatically, since it no longer has robot assembly, it's getting organic pop assembly because of the flagella, and it'll just do random pops, which I'm fine with. And it looks like it's doing a racket as well as a racket coming this way. But it only has 1 assembly a month, so it takes 100 months to turn out a pop. That's a long damn time with no other support. Wasn't anything I could really do at Avalon. I did shift the agriculture districts over here, but I'm going to hang on to the mining districts for now. I might hang on to the mining districts for quite a while, until I am sure, until my minerals hit about 1K, I think is when I'll start shifting these over. This now has a population capacity of 124. As I shift more of these over, it'll have even higher population. But unemployed pops will not build up if there is any available jobs anywhere in my empire. They will migrate off-world to available jobs. It's not until all of my jobs are filled up that unemployed pops will start choking up all of the available housing on worlds, which is going to be much later in the game, probably another 100 years or so from now. But the way I'm going to be churning out habitats, there's almost always going to be places for people to migrate. Ultinia. Yeah, that guy's going to Baffin. Ultinia, not really much I can do here apart from upgrade these research facilities. I do believe I have sufficient surplus of gases and all to do that. So let's go ahead and do that. Start upgrading these research facilities. New Jamestown is probably the next candidate I have for upgrading Ascension tier, because it has dust and crystalline caverns. I could upgrade one of these. Let's actually upgrade. This one upgrades a little faster than this one. So yeah, I'm going to upgrade the lower one first. Nozomi. I'm going to go ahead and switch this last generator district over to industrial, so it becomes a full industrial place. And then I'm going to get rid of this energy nexus for another building. Shangri-La. I'm going to hang on to these mining districts for a while until I get some of my new habitats up and running. If I wanted more jobs, I could upgrade the holo theaters now that I have a sufficient amount of exotic gases. But I don't really need to. I don't mind surplus population on this world migrating over to others that need it more, so we are just going to hold this right now. And I would rather save those for upgrading my ring worlds. I'd rather fill up my ring worlds, honestly. Xinjiang, I could add more industrial districts. Now, if I add too many industrial districts at once, it's really going to tank my minerals again. And right now I'm running 2 edicts to keep my minerals pumped. How long until the matter decompressor is pretty close? Okay, we're on Xinjiang. Okay, we're about 3 or 4 months away from the matter decompressor being online. So yes, let's go back to Xinjiang. We will add an additional industrial district. Dis can't really add any more districts. Still going to hold on to these mining districts right now. Let's go ahead and upgrade the lowest of the research complexes, because we do have a decent surplus of consumer goods. Nueva Sonora. We can go ahead and upgrade this administrative complex. Akatsuki. I can get another industrial district. Oh, I forgot to check the orbital ring on Akatsuki. It is in the middle of doing a habitation module. Nothing to queue up there. Winjo is in the middle of upgrading to the tier 3. We do have additional slots, so I could add more industrial here as well. But I also have available building slots to do something with. Since I'm adding several industrial districts, and I've even switched one to factory and another to something else, I think Winjo is a prime candidate for becoming another administrative center. So let us add some administrative offices. New Coventry, nothing really much I can do here unless I wanted to do a decision to upgrade the habitat further. That would just allow me to add either more trade districts or leisure districts or industrial, and I'd probably just keep stacking up the trade districts, honestly, for additional trade value. There's not really much value in having just a handful that do very inefficient artisan or meddlers jobs, since this is going to be a refinery. You know, one thing with this huge surplus I could do is dedicate this to entirely one thing, like make this all gases and make the other one all crystals or something. But I'm not going to bother doing that until I get a third one for sure. San Lucas. I need more jobs, and I had been spamming these buildings because they did not require the exotic gases, and these are mainly temporary structures. I'll figure out something else to put down here. But we are going to do another research segment. That will give me plenty of jobs for this place to grow. Same for Al Nakira. Alright, Mars is almost fully agricultural. I do need 2 more city districts. No rush on that because I do have the available building slots. I would like more jobs. These are the perfect buildings to upgrade because the upgrade does not have more. The building itself has no maintenance, and the upgrades do not have strategic resource maintenance or anything, so it just takes time. This provides additional jobs, so I can upgrade this as far as I want, and that's usually one of the first things I upgrade when I have available consumer goods. Baffin, I've been pretty much spamming with administrative centers. It does need more jobs. I haven't bothered to upgrade any yet. It does need an auto-curating vault. That will not add in a job, though. And I'm not sure what I was going to do with the last building, because you can't put a galactic stock exchange on a resort world. I might actually throw a planetary shield generator up here, or a military academy. I'm not sure. But we can't, right now, I think with this housing, I have 18 available housing. That is enough. Each of these will add 4 more jobs when I fully upgrade them. So that is 12 jobs, 16 jobs, 20 jobs. This one I think only adds 2 more. So that is 22 additional jobs that I will need housing for. I've got 18 of it carried. I'm going to need 6 more housing. This will add 3 additional when I upgrade it. So I still need 3 more housing from something. Plus if I want to support additional jobs. So yeah, I think I'm going to end up needing another luxury residence on here. But we will start upgrading. I don't need, actually I may never need to upgrade the holo theaters, because this place is going to provide a ton of clerks. As a matter of fact, I could probably replace the holo theaters with yet another administrative office or something else. But yeah, let's upgrade one of these administrative parks. St. Yegeroff needs jobs. We're going to add another industrial segment. That'll be plenty of jobs and plenty of industry. Now that's really going to be a danger to my minerals, because this will drop probably about 100, because we're already up to the point, the highest capital complex. And I need more jobs here, and I still need 8 more population to get the final upgrade. So I think we're actually going to add another commercial segment. We don't need an agricultural segment. So yeah, we'll add another commercial segment here. That adds plenty of jobs, 8 more jobs. Now, me basically being idle for a year or 2 and not doing a lot of maintenance has really helped these worlds get kind of caught up and my economy get caught up. This is going to end up being an agricultural world. It needs jobs. We're going to upgrade this first. And in 7 months, it's going to need jobs again. So I'll probably queue something else up after the heritage site, or as soon as the heritage site is done. If I can upgrade it a 3rd time, I will. Otherwise, it's time to start adding agriculture districts or one of the 2 remaining city districts. But yeah, these new colonies will fill up really quickly when you have a lot of other colonies at population cap, because you will have a lot of population shifting over there fairly quickly because they're all full. And that is the extent of the maintenance I pretty much have to do now for the colonies. Then I would also need to go through my star bases, not the orbital rings. I kind of did them when I was doing the planets, and see if any of them are about to be done in 3 months or need something queued up. I think all of these that are not doing anything are completed. Or, yeah, okay, that one's upgrading to a citadel. That one's going to take plenty of time. This will be done with its missile battery in under a month. So let's go ahead and queue up another one. They take 6 months, so usually I can catch them within the period if I think to scroll through to make sure that they are done with their construction. I'm pretty sure all of these are pretty much set. Efrov will be done in under 3 months with an anchorage. I can queue up another. Abriri is the same way. caravan I'm not sure what I'm going to do with other than the single shipyard. Yilon Station can convert another anchorage to a shipyard. Blorgsbane is done. And Luam can queue up another shipyard. And now I would go through seeing if I had enough influence to do anything with these ships. These first 4 are all in a position to do habitats. They would need 150. Although if I get 75, I might move Yilon over to build up a gateway. Ponel is in space for an orbital ring. Those take 50. And Sahara is in position for an orbital ring. And the Colorado is in construction for another megastructure. And I actually could queue up more megastructures if I had the alloys. The Sentry Ray is fully complete. The Matter Decompressor is the next one I want to get this one maxed out fairly quickly. Other than that, the Mega Shipyard, now that I've completed it. And then the, what is it called? Strategic Coordination Center. But I can actually drop the Megastructure Edict now, Architectural Renaissance. I don't need the build capacity. I don't mind about the increased build speed. Planetary build speed is helping a little bit, but I don't really need it that bad. I would rather have my Unity building up so I can keep doing planetary increases right now. But dropping that may make it longer for the Matter Decompressor. I'm not really in a dire straits. I'm still getting 2,000 a month. I don't mind it taking a while to upgrade the Ascension tiers. Let's just leave that one running, along with the other 2 I'm running. Will to Power and Omniferous Acquisition. I'm queuing up more politicians or bureaucrats. I'll be getting even more Unity. And culture workers, who are also going to be more Unity. Because I am upgrading a few Autochthon monuments. But it has been another 5 years, and tomorrow we will find out what happens to this with the update. Hopefully I will be able to do a rollback to this version so there are no changes and I can finish the playthrough. But thank you all for watching, and hopefully we'll see you next time.